Okay. Good morning, all. Welcome to our February 23rd Clearwater County Council meeting. Before we start, I'd like to remind everybody that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. Looking to adopt the agenda, and you will note that the agenda in front of you has got a little bit of a revision to it. Who would like to adopt it? Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried. Looking for adoption of the meeting minutes from February the 9th. Any errors or omissions? I move adoption. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, those in favor? That is carried. That then takes us to the delegation, which is 4.1, President and others from the Taxpayers Association are going to be presenting, but we have one of the members is going to be coming in electronically, so looking for a motion to approve electronic attendance to our meeting. Councillor Lang, those in favor? That is carried. All right, so that then brings us to the opportunity. I'm pretty sure you know all of us, but we'll do the introductions regardless. That's always fun. We'll start with Councillor Duncan.
Morning, Jim Duncan, Division 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Division 3.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Division 4.
I do have a smile behind this. Good morning, Cami Laird, Division 2.
Good morning, Teresa Lang, Division 5.
Tim Hoven, Division 6.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
That brings us back to Marianne. Very nice to see you. I'll let you introduce your folks.
Well, thank you, Cami, and good morning to everybody here. And I'll just start with our introductions. I have our treasurer here, Pat Butler, and one of our new board members, Tim Plant. And you can see we're also very glad that we have a younger member on our board now.
And we have Helgi Noem electronically still?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, yeah.
If you want to go ahead, we're all excited to hear what you're going to share with us.
Okay. Well, first of all, Council, I do have to express my absolutely sincerest appreciation for allowing us to come here this morning and make this presentation, because I'm aware of numerous large items on your table, and for you to offer us this time is really, really appreciated. So as per the information in the agenda package, our presentation will cover 5 main areas. Some concerns with the process, some questionable rationale and justification for changes, highlights of information gathered by the CCTA, the virtual meeting summary, and finally, request for action. Throughout conversations with area residents, comments made on our survey, and comments made in the virtual meetings, there are some very distinct concerns about the whole review process. First of all, in the initial information gathering. In his opening presentation during the virtual meetings, Craig Teal, the consultant from Parkland Regional Community Services, stated that Stage 1, the background and initial suggestions, took place in January and February 2020. He noted, and planning similarly replied to questions during the virtual meetings, that the public was informed by notices in the paper as well as on the county's website. There were, however, issues with this initial public engagement, and I'm now going to ask Helgi to make comments on this. Helgi?
Thank you for that. Yeah, so as an older person, I was around in 2010 to the previous MVP review, and that was of course conducted in person at town halls around, and I think we just go and recap what sort of happens at those town halls. So at town hall type of gatherings, there's an initial presentation by a facilitator, which is followed by breakout sessions around individual tables where issues are examined and discussed by participants. Results from each table are then summarized and presented back to the larger group. Based on the outcomes of these discussions, a report is prepared and given to the members of the larger group. This enables what I call lateral exchanges of points of view before a final report is compiled for decision makers, in this case, the county council. Now, the process we are following today is very different from that. That lateral exchange of ideas and social interaction, which happens in town halls and around tables, does not happen. So it's a very downgraded process that we have been engaged in so far. And a lot of older people in our community are not connected to the media, so they are effectively kept out of this process. And so that's a big problem I have with this. And I would also like to remind council that in the Neill community, which I've had the privilege to be involved with for the last 20 odd years, the elders are held in high esteem, and their viewpoints are actively sought out by the members of the community and are taken very seriously. Well, in this process, as we have been doing to date, those elders have to a large extent been excluded from the process.
Can we,
Because
Helgi,
in electronic media.
Helgi, can we just ensure that we can hear you? You're very faint on this end. We want to just turn up the volume some.
You want me to recap or?
No, I think we got it. We're really having to work hard to hear you. So if you can speak closer to the mic, or that might help. Thank you.
So that underscores my point, the fact that using these media, electronic media, for doing this very important business has its drawbacks. You compare me now sitting here in front of my computer and with the members of our association sitting at your table. So I think that underscores my point that it's much preferable to have people in person being involved. So that in a way, that was a good thing that happened. So therefore, one thing I'll just bring up here, I attended the Rocky Credit Union AGM on a Zoom meeting here a little while ago, and I don't know if any of others were involved, but it was over and done in no time. We just sort of started the meeting, blah, 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 we went through it, and it was done. And I felt sort of shortchanged, and I'm sure a lot of people felt the same. So I think we really need to be very careful with how we use the new media, and when we choose to do things in person. So with that, I can sort of, I don't know if you would like to ask me any questions before I hand it back to Marianne.
It doesn't look like it at the moment, but we will hold that thought.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. So thank you, Marianne, would you like to take over?
Sure, thank you, Helgi, for those comments. And those are comments that we have heard also repeatedly, through our survey and in the virtual meetings. Now, going on to further concerns with the process. One of the things that could have been done as well is send out an individual survey via the mail. And I mentioned it before that this was done by Red Deer County prior to them starting their review last year. They sent out the survey in the fall of 2019 prior to starting the process, and they had a 30% response. So, you know, I question why that wasn't suggested by our consultant, because he certainly should have known what was happening right next door. Then, as for holding the open meetings that Helgi alluded to, stage one happened in January and February. This was before COVID. So certainly meetings could have been held then. Then there's this subsequent information gathering, and really, you know, county did a good job as far as they could on that based on COVID. But I don't think they really thought of the planning. You know, the newsletter came out in August, and the public engagement was August, September. Farmers are really busy at that point in time. So that was another issue. And as far as the newsletter goes, people thought it looked like all the others, so they didn't take time to read it. It was lengthy. Some people said it was difficult to understand, and one person, even in the virtual meeting, said that she got so confused and she quit reading it. So, and again, our final concern was the heavy reliance on virtual technology, which Helgi has alluded to the problems there. So going on to questionable information and rationale, and I feel that it's really, really important for the public and council to get the actual correct information. And I found out, it was mostly during the virtual meetings, that there may have been incorrect information coming forward. And the first one of the participants asked about what the neighboring jurisdictions. What do they do? And the immediate response, it was with regards to first parcels out or subdivisions off of quarters. And the immediate response from planning was, Brazeau has 5. Then nothing was even mentioned about other neighbors. It wasn't until a bit later, with more pressured questioning, that it was noted by one of the participants that Ponoka, Lacombe, and Red Deer allow only 1, along with definite restrictions. And even when those restrictions were mentioned, planning tried to override them or, you know, downplay them. Then, many times the need for increased acreages with increased sizes was attempted to be justified by planning with the rationale of economic diversification. Certainly, we can appreciate the need for economic diversification, and it sounds logical, but there seems to be a serious lack of understanding of what can be done with small-scale ag business on 7 acres. I'm sure you councillors are well aware of how small an acreage footprint is actually needed for a greenhouse, a market garden, a few goats, some chickens for laying, or some broilers for, or turkeys for meat. The 7 acres currently allowed is more than adequate. You do not need 10, 20, 30, or more acres. To suggest otherwise indicates a very definite lack of understanding of land size and potential productivity per acre. Repeatedly, it was noted by planning that the need for additional subdivisions was to accommodate young people wanting to return to the family farm. That can currently be done on 1 parcel out, and I suggest that likely most farmers in Clearwater County own more than 1 quarter, so they can easily subdivide on other quarters as well if trying to assist other children. Most importantly, I'm not sure how valid this need is, and it was not mentioned as a need by any of the farmers that participated in the virtual meetings, although it was mentioned by one non-farming participant. Another example of questionable slanted information is the fact that nowhere did the consultant or planning recognize the very negative impact on increased subdivisions. There was no recognition of the loss of food-producing land, the difficulties that it would cause for established as well as young farmers, or the negative impact on increased land prices. I found it particularly interesting during the virtual meeting that it was mentioned by a knowledgeable lady that an increase in subdivisions or acreages could indeed have a negative impact on those that have already worked diligently to establish subdivisions. So where is the real justification for this supposed need, and is it a need that is supported by the majority? The final concern with questionable information relates to the changing the gravel extraction to a direct control district. In reply to questions and concerns about this, planning said there would still be opportunity for public input, which is true, but never was it explained that the opportunities would be reduced. Again, the full truth was lacking. Currently, there are 3 steps: MPC, council ratification, and a potential SDAB appeal. Through these county-generated steps, there are 3 separate opportunities for public opinion to be expressed, as well as at a potential open house organized by the developer. In addition, there will be at least 6 other members at large besides council members that could potentially hear the case through their MPC and SDAB involvement. This then triples the public engagement opportunities and allows for an increase in unbiased opinions to assist in decision-making. To say that a direct control district provides equal opportunity for public engagement is again wrong, wrong, wrong. It is very frustrating when complete information is not presented, as both council and the public deserve to be given the most accurate information on all areas in preparation of this document. Now, thankfully, these missteps with the process and information are in the past, and we hope that we can learn from them and move forward in a more positive direction. Going on to highlights of information gathered by the CCTA, and again, you're probably aware of much of this as it's been published in the Western Star. But I do want to say that before I review our numbers, that I was somewhat frustrated by a comment that was put forward by planning that the scientific validity of our survey might be questionable. First of all, the questions were very simple and clearly stated, and I think the results are a valid indication of the feelings of a large number of residents. We received 124 responses in just 10 days. That is more than 12 per day. Compare that to the 62 responses that the county received in the months of August and September. Now you can see the strong indications of public opinion with the numbers shown there, and I'm not going to go over them specifically, but very high numbers dissatisfied with the amount of information and the opportunity for input. And 90% of the people would like to see the process delayed. Then, as reported in the Western Star, the greatest number of comments focused on the need to protect agricultural land, possible negative impacts on increased subdivisions, transparency issues, lack of information on our public input in the review process, problem with relying on social media, virtual meetings for input, concern with direct control districts. And I would now like to offer Council on Planning the opportunity to verify our summary as I offer you a complete package of responses we received. If you guys would like to have that, I can give these to you, and you can copy them or whatever. Tracy was suggesting yesterday as we were communicating that maybe I could scan them and email them. Scanning 124 survey results, I'm not sure I have that time in the afternoon, but you know, if you'd like to, I want to be open and transparent. I want you people to be available, you know, have the opportunity to see the comments, you know, and if somebody here wants to photocopy them, but I would like them back.
Absolutely, thank you very much. We appreciate that. It's always good to get extra information, for sure. Thank you.
Well, and then I think everybody knows where everybody's coming from, and there's nothing hidden. You see the comments that we've received and that sort of thing. And I do want to stress that the same sentiments in our survey were very strongly reiterated at the virtual meetings. Okay, going on to the virtual meetings. First of all, I do want to commend council and administration for organizing these meetings. It was certainly an attempt to gather public input at this difficult time. I would like to stress and reiterate some very valid points that came through the meetings. First of all, it was absolutely amazing to hear the number of young farmers that joined the meeting and expressed valid concerns about the negative impact additional subdivisions could have. They noted not only personal impacts, but also the very distinct need to protect food-producing land, not only from loss of acres, but also from negative impacts on the quality of soil by various means. In reviewing my notes and participant names, I calculated that 31 individuals were opposed to increased subdivisions, while only 9 were supportive of the current MDP proposals. As such, there were 3.4 times as many people opposed to the proposals as in favor. I also feel that the opposition would have been equally significant from those not able to participate in the virtual meetings. Now, in my calculations there, I went through the list of participants and I only wrote down participants' names once. They may have, participated in more than one meeting, but their stance remained the same. So that's why I only counted their name once. The total attendance numbers for this type of public engagement may have been somewhat satisfactory, but they are distinctly a very minor portion of our population. My notes recorded about 188 total public participants. This compares to the 574 people that participated in the in-person meetings during the 2010 MDP review. Once more, it reinforces the need for open meetings to allow everyone equal opportunity for input. Going on to our last section, our plea, our request for action. From the comments we've gathered through our survey, heard at virtual meetings, and seen in the 2 excellent letters written to Council on this matter, we strongly urge Council to consider the following. First of all, to allow or encourage increased public input, a mail-out survey could be included with the tax notices. And, that may or may not be really relevant now at this late date. And maybe there's a more important mail-out survey that could focus on a rather important issue that Council is facing at the moment. Anyway, carrying on, we do need to stop the push or rationale that this must be done before the election. There is absolutely no justification for this. It is false to think that the process would have to start over if there were new members on Council following the fall's election. Anyone running for Council should be well informed about the situation. Furthermore, if you as current Council push this through, you are in fact handcuffing the new Council members into dealing with the land use bylaw in a certain way. Both co-regulating documents should be considered equally by the same people. Now, certainly you could leave the current MDP as it is with perhaps some minor changes. The first parcel out, the fragmented parcel, and the gravel extraction could remain as is, as those seem to be the most contentious items of change. This would allow Council to concentrate more fully on a far more pressing issue, that being the municipal amalgamation. Delay in any further action until in-person meetings can be held. This was noted repeatedly in our survey as well as in the virtual meetings. In conclusion, I ask that Council review all input, consider all consequences in an open, unbiased framework, and above all, make justifiable choices according to the wishes of the majority. We heard it first in your campaign speeches 4 years ago that you wanted to listen and then to act according to the wishes of the people. And I must say that I have felt that that has happened. Then we heard it reiterated again at the virtual meetings. When you introduced yourselves, you said you were here to listen to the people, and this would be the people's document. We trust, and I have full confidence in this Council, that you will make that happen. Thank you.
Okay,
We're open to questions.
that's what I was just going to ask, if anybody had any questions or comments that they'd like to share. Councillor Lang.
I'm just going to make a comment. Thank you for the presentation. It was very, very well done. I'm not sure how the other counselor members feel, but I like the idea of a survey put in with the tax notice, and I was visioning like perhaps one side could be a survey regarding the MDP and the other side about amalgamation, if the amalgamation's put off that long. Sometimes I feel our citizens can get overwhelmed with the number of surveys that are being put out there. So it's just that's just a thought that went through my head as I was listening to this.
Yeah, great.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess my comment or my question is more on curiosity. I know as part of your mail-in survey that you had, you also had a draw that was done. I was just wondering if you can share with us the number of responses you had to that draw and just kind of gauge public response to that.
Well, anybody that sent in the survey and provided their name and phone number, their name was entered in the draw. And I didn't actually, you'll notice in the survey, some people did not put their names and phone numbers down, so then of course they weren't. I would guess probably there would have been 100 people put their names down.
Thank you.
So,
Well, that's certainly one way to get people encouraged and
Yeah.
incentivized into filling out a survey. That's a good point, Councillor Lougheed, that it's unfortunate that some didn't put their name down.
exactly, and you never know why, you know. And that brings up another question, you know, the people that didn't put their names down, were they actual county residents? You know, because the Western Star goes to town people as well. So it's just like, you know, gathering information from Facebook or YouTube or Twitter, that sort of thing. How is it verified? Now, we can verify the names where they put their names down. And there certainly were the majority, the majority of people did put their names down.
Councillor Duncan.
Just a question on your discussion of the direct control district. You talked about 3 steps currently for gravel pits, but what I'm not sure if that's clear to me because gravel pits are discretionary under the ag
Right.
lands, so
that
it's
could
only an
be true.
MPC decision, then an SDAB. There is no council
No,
ratification
no,
of
that's
gravel
true.
pits, so I would point that out as a bit of an error there.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay. Councillor Hoven.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. It was good to hear all the input during the open houses. I do have a concern about your comment that 7 acres currently allowed is more than adequate. I guess when I look at my farm and my direct marketing efforts, I don't know if you knew this, but we started a market garden back in 2016. And it was about 3 or 4 acres in size. So I'm trying to imagine if we had been in a situation where we just had a 7-acre acreage to do that scale, because your house with the setbacks and the driveway would take up 2 to 3 acres of that property. So you've only got 4 acres left. There are setbacks around the edge of the property. You need an area for processing. So most likely you're only gonna have out of that 3 acres for intensive ag production. And from all the work I've done, not just my reading, but actual hands-on in the dirt, if you can get $10,000 an acre out of a market garden, that's really good production in this area. So for someone to do that, they'd only have an income of, let's say, $30,000 to $35,000 max. And that's not enough for a full-time farming income. And that's what I think us exploring these larger acreage sizes, we wanted to have a situation where someone could get an acreage and start doing that. So I hear what you're saying, but looking from my experience, I don't think 7 acres is enough. A greenhouse might be different, I'll totally give you that. But for a market garden, strawberries or something else, I don't think that size is big enough.
That's very great information, Tim, and you know, you're speaking from personal experience, so that's, you know, very, very helpful.
Okay.
You know, and I think that that a cause can be made if there is an agricultural operation actually going to be put down, for increased acreage size. Just allowing it to go for people that want just some sort of supplementary income, it's completely different. And I just worry about, making it so open-ended with no guidelines or restrictions that we can waste a lot of valuable farmland.
Okay.
But like you say, if it's, if they have a plan of, an agricultural operation, that could be, allowed.
That's all, thank you.
All right, Councillor Lang.
I'm just gonna add to the last little bit of the conversation. Marianne, you were saying the larger acreage, my understanding, what you say is longer acreage would be fine if it would go into ag production. We're not allowed to stipulate what the land is used for. According to my understanding through the MDP. Like if you bought an acreage or you bought a quarter section or a section, we can't tell you what you can do with that.
Even if the land is zoned agricultural?
Most land is agriculture by default.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And it may not be used for ag, like it might be trees or it might be kind of marshy swampland. Please correct me, administration, if I'm incorrect.
Mr. Emmons. It's good to get clarity.
Thank you, council. The only tool council has to direct usage is through the land use bylaw and the designation, so the land zoning. So parceling out, depending on the size and the developability of that parcel, it could be CRA or CR, so country residential or country residential agricultural. That zoning, council does define what's permitted within
Right.
each designation. But predominantly, when starting from scratch, so to speak, every parcel is designated ag. And ag also comes with parameters and usage until you get into IA, intense ag, and other designations.
Okay, Councillor Hoven, your light's still on? Okay. So thank you again for your presentation. It is good to have a candid discussion about these very important topics. And it's great to have the feedback that you've provided us with regard to your survey. I think that'll help us inform our decision as well. We also recognize that we've been emailed and snail mailed, I guess is what they call it these days, other forms of feedback as well. I will say that our staff have, sorry, I know I'm muffled. I will say that the staff have worked very diligently in these difficult times to ensure that the public are engaged. That is something that's important to this council, is the transparency and the engagement. And I would say that we've heard very loud and clear, in my estimation, about the need to, consider additional options for public engagement. So at least that's what I was hearing. I could speak for that. If there's any other questions or comments, not seeing any, I'm just looking for, first I want to thank you again.
Well, we thank you guys. We really thank you guys. Helgi, did you want to say anything more?
Okay, so we're looking for somebody to receive this information from the CCTA as information. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried. Thank you again for coming in and seeing us. One of these days, we'll actually be able to shake hands again. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. All right, so that brings us back into session at 9:41. We're about to have a presentation from the Alberta Aerobatics Club. We have some delegates coming in electronically, so we're looking for somebody to authorize electronic presentation. Councillor Lougheed, those in favor? That is carried. Well, we will start with our introductions. We'll start with Councillor Duncan.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Councillor for Division 1, which is southwest of Rocky Mountain House.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3, and that's East Central.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Councillor for Division 4, north and west of Caroline.
Good morning, Cammie Laird, Councillor for Division 2, and that's the area east of Timey Road, and it straddles Highway 598.
Good morning, Teresa Lang. I'm Councillor for Division 5. I basically surround Rocky Mountain House and go through to the West Country, including Nordic.
Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6. Division 6 is on the southern edge of the county, and I, and also Reeve Laird, we are the two members of the council on the Airport Commission.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, everything north of Highway 12.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Well, that's all the folks on our side, and sorry, we're getting our camera organized. As Councillor Hoven indicated, myself, Councillor Hoven, and Councillor Lang is our alternate for the Airport Commission as well. So if you would like to take a moment to introduce yourselves, that would be great.
Sure, it's, you can bring up the PowerPoint, it's in the slides as well, please. Is there a way for us to, I can see it a little bit on the team there. Good morning, everybody. My name is Neill Cook. I'm the president of Aerobatics Alberta. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah, I'm a resident of Calgary, Alberta. I have a hangar number 20 at the Rocky Mountain House Airport. The aircraft I fly is a Russian-built Sukhoi. I'm currently competing in the advanced category, so that's the second highest level of aerobatic competition. And yeah, been at the airport now for approximately 4 years. Moved there directly because of the amazing culture that Rocky Mountain House Airport has, and primarily because of the aerobatics that is done at the airport, especially having the aerobatic box there and being able to practice. Next slide, please. I'll pass it over to Lenore to introduce herself.
Okay, I can't see the slides, so I don't know what's coming up. Hi, I'm Lenore Crane. I actually live in Calgary and spend a lot of time in Rocky Mountain House. My husband and I are both aerobatic pilots. He's a competition pilot, and he owns half of an airplane with Kelly Brower, which is kept in Rocky Mountain House. And I'm a recreational aerobatic pilot, and I have been a pilot my whole life, as working as a commercial pilot, and worked for Transport Canada for 25 years as an aviation inspector.
Next slide, please, and I'll allow Jeff to introduce himself.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Seaborn. I live south of Calgary, actually, and I'm based out of a little airport just southeast of Calgary. It's a grass strip called Indus, and I've been flying for about 15 years, competing for about 5 years, also in the advanced category now to challenge that. But My biggest claim here is I'm chairman of the Canadian Council, or EAA. And EAA stands for Experimental Aircraft Association. It is the largest association of general aviation and recreational aircraft pilots and owners in the world. There's in the area of about 230,000 members worldwide. And we have about 6,500 members in Canada, so we represent the Canadians in that. Not all of them fly aerobatics, of course, but they are all interested in recreational and general aviation. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Sorry, okay. Is it on slide 5 now with what is the Alberta Aerobatics Club? You can't see
Yes.
the slide, actually.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, just wanted to pass on again our thanks for allowing us to present to you guys and to give you more information on the Alberta Aerobatics Club. So we are a non-profit organization, approximately 30 members in size. We're very thankful to call Rocky Mountain House Airport our home base of operations. And our club is built on 3 main pillars. So the first pillar is safety. We believe flying should be safe. And we believe aerobatics is a very large portion of being able to fly safely. So we focus on upset training, proficiency, and being able to fly an aircraft within the full envelope of the flight range. So our second pillar is being legal. So we've operated for decades now out of the Rocky Mountain House Airport in conjunction with the operating manager at the airport and Transport Canada. So we've hosted practice days, training events, and competitions. A large portion of these have gone through full Transport Canada approvals. We've been working with Transport Canada with the SFOC process to ensure all the operations that we do are approved and are safe. And lastly, we believe in having fun. So flying is a privilege. We enjoy it. It's a great way for pilots to build and hone their skills of operating an aircraft. And it's a great group of pilots, volunteers, family, and friends that have a great camaraderie and enjoy flying together. So next slide, please.
Is this me?
Yeah, I'll pass it on
Okay.
to you, Lenora. Thanks.
Yeah, so the definition of aerobatics is kind of boring, but it does, as Neill said, includes a lot of things: the upset recovery, unusual attitude recovery, and a lot of the basic maneuvers that private and commercial pilots are taught. Most people, when they think aerobatics, think air shows. And air shows, a lot of the stuff you see at air shows isn't even aerobatics. Air shows are very safe. I regulated air shows and monitored them for most of my 25 years in transport. But air shows are designed to sell tickets and look exciting and look dangerous when they actually aren't. So, for example, the jet-powered outhouse going down the runway is not aerobatics. All right. Can we change to the next slide, please?
It says, why learn aerobatics?
Yeah. So why learn, as Neill said, once again, safety, recovery from inadvertent maneuvers. This prevents a lot of common accidents. One of the accidents that happened in the last few years was Air France, where they went into the ocean and basically the person didn't recover from an aerobatic maneuver. They stalled the airplane right into the ocean, unfortunately. So it does, understanding how to fly the airplane does make a big difference in everyone's safety. Being proficient, and this is a little story. One of our members, he was an accountant for, I think it was Macmillan Blodell, for one of the big lumber companies in BC. And he had got his license on the side and was, doing aerobatics for fun. And one day the chief pilot for their aircraft, part of the organization said, why don't you come fly with us? We know that you don't like being an accountant. So he did. And they sent him off to the simulator, and the airplane that they flew, it had an accident where it did an uncommanded roll. It wouldn't stop rolling. And the people, they all died because the pilot didn't know how to recover from a roll. And Guido, our friend, was the first pilot of literally, probably 100 who was able to recover from this accident because he knew how to fly the airplane. So it does add safety for all of us in all of the things we do. Just like fishing, karting, off-roading, skidooing are fun for a lot of people. Aerobatics is fun for a different group of people. And competition gives people a chance to improve. It is an Olympic sport, so you can go right up to the Olympic level, or you can just stay like a golfer going to the local course. And lastly, the camaraderie. It's like any other social or group where there's a chance to volunteer, a chance to share, and get together. Alrighty, next slide, please. So who does aerobatics? I've touched on this a little bit already. All pilots learn some aerobatics in their training. There are 4 schools in Alberta that specifically teach more aerobatics over and above the private and commercial training. The International Civil Aviation Organization, which is the world body that regulates pilot training and aviation in general, they recommend that all commercial pilots get aerobatic training in the form of upset recovery, and it is mandatory training for all large aircraft and airline pilots. They actually get upset recovery training in the simulators. It allows pilots to continuously improve, and as I said, there are a lot of aerobatic enthusiasts become competition or airshow pilots afterwards. I would say the majority, most of the airshow pilots that are Canadian were competition pilots prior to doing air shows, and that's where they honed their skills. Okay, on to the next slide.
So what does the Alberta Aerobatic Club do? So the Alberta Aerobatic Club is heavily involved in flight instruction. We have a lot of pilots who have commercial licenses and aerobatic training certificates. We also have members who are flight instructors and do lots of ratings for others who are flight instructors as well. We do a judges school yearly. So this is looking at training aerobatic judges to understand the rules of competition and how to watch the flight and judge the flight accordingly. We also provide numerous seminars for flying schools around the local community. We talk to them about upset training, emphasizing, sorry about that. So we emphasize flight safety and how to fly aircraft aerobatically and recover from upsets. Also, we've been able to have some boosts at the Women in Aviation. So we've been able to talk to them about getting more involved in aviation as a whole and aerobatics specifically. And 1/3 of the aerobatics club is female, which is substantially higher than the general aviation female membership statistics. The Alberta Club is also heavily involved in competitions. We host 2 competitions in Canada, and we host 1 competition in the United States. So the 2 competitions that we host in Canada, one is at Rocky Mountain House, and the other one is at Killam Sedgwick. We've been conducting the Rocky Mountain House aerobatic competition, which is every other year the national competition for Canada for decades now. We've been doing the Killam Sedgwick competition for approximately 5 years. The Cup Bank one has been also going on for decades. We're very thankful for the support of the community, the sanctioning bodies, regulators, clubs, and especially the volunteers that we rely on to make the practice and training and the competition successful. We're not able to put on these events without those people. And I guess the other thing we'd like to point out with in regards to competition, we've been very fortunate to have 2 pilots represent not only the Alberta Aerobatics Club, but Rocky Mountain House as a whole. These pilots have 2 times now competed on the world stage level in the unlimited class, doing aerobatics at world events where there's countries from France, Germany, the US. The best of the best go to these places to compete against each other. So again, volunteers are huge as part of the Alberta Aerobatic Club. We enjoy giving back to the community. We've been able to volunteer quite a bit right directly at the Rocky Mountain House Airport. Myself and Miles Crane have been involved with the air show. We were fortunate to be able to put on a Scotch tasting event for all the volunteers at the air show, at the last one that was put on. We've also been able to do information booths at air shows, put our planes in static displays at pancake breakfasts. And we've also been able to give back to the local flying community, such as the upcoming engine seminar that we're having, where the local Rocky Mountain House Flying Club has been invited to. So, and lastly, it's just regular social events that the Alberta Aerobatic Club has. We have a regular monthly meeting and an invitation to anybody interested in aerobatics to come out and to understand more about our club and what we do. And we also have awareness events where we provide introduction rides to people interested in aerobatics. With that, I'd like to pass it on to Jeff. And next slide, please.
Thanks, Neil. I'm sorry, everyone, for that phone call that came in and made some noise. I fumbled for a minute to put it on mute, but aerobatic competitions, a few things about it. As Lenora mentioned, aerobatic competitions are not like air shows. I think of air shows as zoom and swoop, and they're designed to impress and maybe partly scare the audience, the paying audience. Aerobatic competitions are not that way. They are very structured. As a relatively new competitor, only having gotten into it in the last 5 years, I was very impressed at how diligent and how structured the whole process was. As a pilot showing up, you have to have a safety check. Not only do you have your paperwork properly correct, but your airplane is also inspected, and it does have to be proven to be acceptable for aerobatics. Competition, and I guess I should say here on behalf of the entire group, we'd welcome any one of the council members to come out to one of our aerobatic competitions and see what it's all about. We certainly do have a lot of people who do come out of the woodwork, and locals who are interested in seeing what's going on. But at the competition, we actually follow the sanctioning of 3 different main governing bodies in Canada. There's the International Aerobatic Club, based out of the US. There's, of course, the Canadian Aerobatic Association. And then finally, there's the FAI, which is based in Switzerland, and that's the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale, and they're the world governing body for aerosports. So all aerobatic competitions in Canada have to follow the guidelines and criteria that are established by those governing bodies. Because of course there's different experience levels and different skill levels, and also aircraft capabilities. There are actually 5 different levels to compete in, and a person who shows up relatively new can start towards the lower levels and work their way up as they gain skill and experience, and if they so desire. With the higher levels, the competition becomes a lot more challenging. The physical loads on the body and the airplane are more challenging, but it's also based on one's ability to fly there. A contest is run by a contest director, and the contest director has to be confident that a person can fly at the level that they claim to before they're actually allowed to compete. The judging of the competition is done by actually a team of 3 people. There's a scribe, there's a judge, and there's a caller, and they work together as a team. And the judging is very similar, in fact, to figure skating, in that the judges are trying to determine that the figure skater, or in this case, the pilots, are doing the flight as designed, as performed, as ideal. And every mistake that they make, little subtle mistakes on the rotation, the amount of rotation, or their curves on their lines, they get a deduction on it. So it's actually a very challenging and interesting sport. I passed over sequence, but there's 3 different types of sequences. And unlike figure skating, there's what's known as the known sequence. And that is for every category or skill level, there's a known sequence that is defined for that group for the year. And the pilots practice and perfect that. Then there's also the free design, which is an opportunity for the pilots to design their own sequence, which works to their suitable, or their skills and their aircraft's best performance. And then finally is something called an unknown, which I can't imagine would ever be acceptable in figure skating. And that is a sequence that's provided to the pilots at the contest. They are not allowed to practice it in the air prior to their actual event that they're competing. And there's a lot of practicing on the ground while pilots are doing what's known as an arrestee dance. They're dancing and walking around and visualizing and planning the performance of that sequence with those unknown figures. It's really quite interesting to watch. The arrestee is a language that defines exactly how the judging is done, and it's quite a detailed process, and I won't get into that. If we could move on to the next slide, please, slide 11. Where do aerobatics happen? Essentially, there's 2 different places, around an airport or away from the airport. And away from the airport is where I fly. Because I'm down near Calgary, my airfield, Indus, is actually based just within the controlled airspace of Calgary International. So to fly aerobatics, I actually have to move away from the airfield and go a little ways away and practice there. And I've been practicing there for a few years. And it's always over farmland and open space. And I do what I can do, the best I can do to make it as safe as I can by making constant radio calls, hoping that people are listening on the radio. And I quickly describe where I'm flying and what I'm doing. And I'm doing these aerobatic maneuvers. And in the 5 years, I know of at least 2 times where another plane has flown into the aerobatic box. They were either unaware that I was doing it, or they weren't on the radio, they weren't listening. And again, 2 times that I know of at least. I don't know how many times it's happened outside of that. The other and safer location is right at an airport, and Rocky Mountain House is ideal in that respect. The value of being at an airport is multiple reasons. Obviously, if there's an issue with the airplane, it's easy to quickly turn and come into an airfield and land and put the plane down where it's safe. But similarly, there's the opportunity, airfields, I'll mention on this next slide. I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead. But anyways, there are numerous boxes or practice zones around airports in Canada and in the US. Rocky Mountain House is one of them. Abbotsford, Villeneuve, Pendleton, there's Cutbank, Corvallis, FRIAA, all of which many of our members have practiced at or competed at. And Rocky Mountain House is actually sort of the home of aerobatics in Canada. It's got the greatest number of aerobatic pilots in the local area. And I think Lenora or Neill mentioned there were about 6 members that actually are based out of Rocky Mountain House. So it's actually quite convenient. If you look at that image that's on that slide, you can see the aerobatic box just to the northwest of the Rocky Mountain House airfield. and you could see some markers on the ground. And those have been put out by members of the club. And those white markers you wouldn't normally notice, but when you're flying at the aerobatic competition, that marks the outline of the aerobatic box. And if we could go to the next slide, please. Why a box at an airport? Well, going back to my earlier comment that where the aerobatics can happen, whether it's at an airport or not, at an airport, it's really an advantage in the safety because of the fact that an aerodrome, which is uncertified, has a mandatory radio frequency call. And that means any airplane taking off, any airplane landing there, or any airplane flying within 5 miles of the radius of the airport has to communicate on a mandatory frequency, whether there's anyone in the air, anyone else in the air or not. They have to be calling on that radio frequency and listening on that frequency. And that's an advantage because it gives the opportunity for anyone flying in or flying out to realize that there are aerobatic flying going on in the area. Additionally, it's easy to identify as the plane is coming in from elsewhere. Let's say they're transiting through. You can quickly say, yeah, I'm at the Rocky Mountain House Airport. I'm flying my aerobatics in the box to the northwest of the airfield, and it's quickly defined. They're not looking for Farmer Joe with the silo on a certain highway type of thing where they might not be familiar with. As a pilot, they do need to be aware of where they are, and by having it at an airfield is very advantageous. Of course, it's also published in the Canadian Flight Supplement. It identifies that aerobatics occur at that airfield. So anyone flying in should be well aware prior to even getting near the airfield that the aerobatics are operating there. And again, as I mentioned, by being close to the runway, it's really helpful if there's any issues to the aircraft. And lastly, at an airfield, in the surrounding areas, especially around Rocky to the northwest there's nothing on the land there. It's kind of swamp land, so there's no farmers or property owners that we're flying over when we're flying aerobatics in the box at Rocky. Now, the last thing, of course, is for a very selfish reason. It gives us the opportunity to have critiquing of our flights, which is what we're trying to do when we're practicing, so that when it comes to competition time, we're flying the best that we can for the competition. Thanks, Neil.
Okay, next slide, please. So benefits of the Alberta Aerobatics Club. So the first point is world level representation. So we've had 2 members, Jersey Strish and Dave Barbette, be able to represent not only Canada, but Alberta and Rocky Mountain House at 2 world level events. We also have approximately 6 competitors who are training to represent, again, Alberta and Rocky Mountain House at the upcoming World Advanced Aerobatic Competition in Las Vegas in 2023. So the Canadian Advanced team would be made up of 10 total pilots and numerous additional people who are supporting the aerobatic team through volunteers such as mechanics, coaches, families, and friends. And we're expecting approximately 6 members to make up the majority of the 10-person team at the Advanced World Competition. So the next point is the Alberta Aerobatics Club is heavily invested in Rocky Mountain House. We currently own approximately 1/3 of the hangars at the location. We also, one of our members owns the fuel system at the airport. So we are heavily invested and proud owners of the facilities at Rocky Mountain House. So we're also heavily invested in the community. So a few of our members have moved directly to Rocky Mountain House to be close to the airport. We also provide substantial revenue for the town of Rocky and the surrounding community of Clearwater. So we all, with the Hainer ownership, pay leases and taxes. We purchase fuel at the airport. We also spend money on in the local community at hotels and restaurants and local businesses as well. I'm still developing my Hainer, and I still have approximately $100,000 of capital that's required to be invested into it. And I guess lastly, but definitely not least important, is community involvement. So with lots of the ongoings at the airport, such as the air show and the competitions that we have hosted, we invite the public to come out and watch. So previously, through Transport Canada, we were not able to advertise for our competitions, but in the last few years, they've actually taken that rule out, and we've been able to invite the community to come out, watch, and enjoy the flying of the pilots at absolutely no charge. And even on weekends when we're just practicing, we typically have a few members of the community just come out, sit in the grass and watch, come talk to us. We're very approachable, allow them to sit in the airplane and touch and kind of get just a sense of what we're doing and why we're doing it. And it's just a great way to give back to the community and explain to them what we're doing and why we're doing it. So I think that's the most of it. If we could go to the next slide, please.
It says questions.
Yes, so I'd like to open it up to council for any questions that they have.
Okay.
That's okay?
That sounds great. Do we have any questions or comments from council? I want to take a moment to thank each of you for taking time to put this together. It was very informative. As the chair of the Airport Commission, this is very good for me to understand, and I think it's important for our council to understand what a valuable resource you are to our airport, and that you bring a lot to the table, more than I even totally understood, even in the past. So perhaps there's others who have questions. Councillor Lang.
So I guess my question is, well, first of all, thank you for this presentation. It's been very informative. My question is, are there any struggles with your club right now at the Rocky Airport? And is there anything the owners, the town and the county could help with?
Sure, I'll take that one and I'll try to be as diplomatic as possible. Yes, currently with the town as the operating manager of the airport, our club is under extreme duress. So currently aerobatics under 2,000 feet has been prohibited at the Rocky Mountain House Airport. They are not allowing us to obtain SFOCs. So that's the Special Flight Operating Certificate to conduct aerobatics below 2,000 feet, which completely eliminates any ability for the aerobatic club to practice aerobatics at the facility. So there has been talk of a report that is to come out in which they are evaluating aerobatics below 2,000 feet. But we're still waiting to see that report to date. So I guess our biggest challenge, we've been trying to talk to the town of Rocky Mountain House and the current airport manager. We've had emails back and forth. We've had members go to and join the Rocky Mountain House Flying Club to discuss directly with the airport manager. At the beginning, it sounded like they were willing to work with us. We have numerous initiatives that we were planning to work with them on. And essentially, we've been completely eliminated from any conversation and waiting for the report to come out. So our biggest, one last point. It sounds like the town would be willing to have competition still at the airport. The challenge for us, and that was expressed by the IAC president, safety becomes a huge concern if it just goes to competitions at the airport, because now pilots have to practice above 2,000 feet, but then you're forced into a competitive high-stress situation such as a competition, and you're flying below 2,000 feet, is an extremely poor and unsafe decision to make. So you can't take pilots and put them in a competition that's high stress at a lower flight level than that they've been able to practice at previously. It's a recipe for disaster.
Supplemental.
I was going to say, Neill, sorry. It's the equivalent of telling the Olympic slalom skier he's got to train on the bunny hill.
Okay, that is quite a visual. Councillor Lang has a supplemental.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. You had mentioned in your presentation that there are other aerobatic centers in Canada. And I'm wondering about this 2,000-foot level restriction here at Rocky. Are those same restrictions on these other centers, or are you allowed to train under 2,000 feet in these other centers?
Can I answer that one?
Yes, please go ahead, Laura.
Okay, so right now, we have a member who bases his airplane at Bicycle, and he's allowed to train over the airport below 2,000 feet there. We have the airport at Villeneuve allows aerobatics. They have a control tower, so but they allow right down to the ground there as well. Although because they have a lot of traffic, it's when the tower can fit them in. But everybody says that if you give the tower half an hour notice, they can. Abbotsford Airport allows members to practice over their airport. There's still a notification that you can train at Fort St. John, but nobody actually lives there anymore. Our members in Ontario have several airports where they practice over top of the airport to lower altitudes. And so I'm trying to think of who did I leave out?
Also the US as well.
Yeah, well, the US ones are, the US have many, their setup is a little bit different because it's governed by their equivalent of the Transport Canada. But they have quite a few, many airports actually that have practice boxes that people use down to the surface. There is, well, and I'm trying to think, just in Alberta, Killam allows us to practice there. Drumheller allows us to practice there. Ponoka allows us to practice there, and they're not restricting us to 2,000 feet.
If I could jump in here for a second, 2,000 feet is a rule that's established by Transport Canada that says aerobatics are not permitted to be done below 2,000 feet unless, as an individual pilot or the area has been approved for this special flight authorization certificate to actually go below 2,000 feet. And as a pilot, you have to request that with Transport Canada and prove your capability to do that. So it's not a case of just random pilot wanting to fly aerobatics. They have to, one, have the authorization from Transport Canada, and two, permission of the landowner. In my case, I'm over some farmland, and I have to have the permission of the landowner, or in the case of the airfield, permission of the airfield operator.
All right, yes. It looks like Councillor Lang has a supplemental question after that, and then we're going to go to Councillor Duncan.
Sorry, I'll put this as my last question, at least for a bit here. So thank you for the explanation on the 2,000 feet. It sounds, my understanding is that the allowance fly under 2,000 feet has to come from Transport Canada. So, is Transport Canada, not allowing this to happen now? Like, I'm confused.
Sorry, to clarify, you first of all have to have approval from Transport Canada. Their original guideline is a blanket statement. Aerobatics are not allowed below 2,000 feet unless there's permission granted to the individual pilot, as well as permission by the landowner or the airport operator. So Transport Canada has given permission to go below 2,000 feet for those of us with this aerobatic waiver or a special flight authorization certificate. But again, we need to have permission from the landowner to do that.
Yeah, so to add on to that, I've personally held an SFOC for approximately a decade at Rocky Mountain House. And previously to that, as part of that, Transportation Canada has always been extremely supportive in obtaining an SFOC at Rocky Mountain House. So we've worked with them for decades, and members of our club have had it for approximately over 20 years. And with emails to and from Transportation Canada, aerobatics below 2,000 feet at Rocky Mountain House is deemed safe and is also deemed acceptable within the rules and guidelines that they outline.
Okay.
Like, we've personally had Transportation Canada officials come out and monitor the events that we've had at Rocky Mountain House.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Duncan.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. It was very informative. I too did not know the extent of the things you guys are doing out at the airport, and it's good information to have. My question is around more the air shows. You outlined differences between an air show and what you're doing with aerobatics. In preparations for air shows or getting permission to do those, especially the practicing, does that require these similar practice areas for that as well? Although I realize it would be short term with an airport as opposed to what you do with your club.
The answer to that is yes. You wouldn't want somebody doing their air show act who had not practiced it. And air show pilots have to perform their air show act in front of an evaluator. And Ken Fowler was the Canadian evaluator for air show acts. I understand that there's a couple other people that are being considered to be the Canadian evaluator. So the answer to that is yes, but the Air Show Act and the aerobatic contest are quite different. They're both highly regulated by Transport Canada, because Transport Canada's interest is in safety, right? So neither activity would be allowed if they weren't deemed safe enough by Transport Canada. But yeah, so the air show guys do need to practice.
Councillor Hoven.
I've got a couple questions. The first few focus on the economic development and the size of the economic benefit of the aerobatics club to Rocky. You said that there are 6 members in Rocky out of the 30 members across the province. How many hangars would you guess or estimate are leased out at the airport because of the aerobatics club? And I'm not sure who's the best to answer that. Neill?
Sure. So currently we have hangars number 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, myself at number 20, Jersey at 15, Kyle Wadden at number 14. I believe that's the correct numbers.
And how many total hangars at the airport?
Eight.
And a question for administration then, how many total hangars do exist out at the airport? Do we have that information? Is it 20?
24. I'm number 20. And then there's the red one, the gray one, the blue one, and Rick Flight at the end. So there's 24 total built hangars that are numbered at the airport.
Okay, and if you could just estimate, what's the average investment per hangar for the owners? I'm just trying to let any people watching this understand it's not just, you know, a stick-built building that costs $5,000 to put up.
Yeah, so there's a huge range. I'm sure Rick Flikes is in that 300 range. I'm expecting mine to cost about $300,000. Ken Fowler's would definitely be up near that neighborhood as well. His is quite large. I don't know what Kelly Brower purchased her set for, but none of our members have very, I would say, like low value hangars. So I'd approximate the cost between $100,000 to $300,000 per hangar invested at Rocky Mountain House.
So we're looking at millions of dollars of investment at the airport because of the Aerobatics Club.
Absolutely, millions, which does not include the fuel system that our member owns as well.
Would you keep going, Neil, sorry for interrupting.
No, sorry. I don't know what the value of the fuel system is as well, but that's a huge contribution. I don't know the economics directly, but to have that service provided at the Rocky Mountain House Airport is huge. We could not function, the general traffic coming in and out of the airport as well, could not function without the fuel system that's there.
And would you have any
providing a huge service to the community as a whole? Sorry for it, this Zoom's a little tough.
Would you have any idea on an estimate on the amount of traffic to the airport from the aerobatic community? I know that there's no good tracking system currently out at the airport, but what would you estimate?
Yeah, so approximately, I actually did a spreadsheet and a bit of a poll. So on average, our members each fly approximately 80 hours at Rocky Mountain House Airport per year. And a typical flight is approximately 20 minutes.
Okay. And a question for administration. I know the land at the airport is owned jointly by the town and the county. I know the town is the managing partner, but I'm assuming all these hangars pay municipal taxes to an organization. Because the airport is in the county, is the county receiving those municipal taxes, or is there some special rule because the land is jointly owned and it is a municipal facility?
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you for the question. So although it's municipally owned, there is a revenue, so they are not tax exempt, unlike a municipal building. In this building, if we leased it out to another party, that would create a revenue, and therefore we would be eligible for the same taxes. So under partnership, those revenues go in to the partnership and are 50-50 as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
I guess this brings it to me. I am curious. You indicated that CYRM, so Rocky Airport, is the aerobatic capital, sorry, I know I'm muffled, is the aerobatic capital of Canada. Is that an official term?
No, it's not official. Just knowing how many members that the Alberta Aerobatic Club has relative to Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and BC, we have more members in the Alberta Aerobatic Club almost than they all have combined. So when we look at how many of our club members actually practice, train, compete out of Rocky Mountain House, and looking at the established or the estimated flight hours they conduct per year, it's a calculated number.
Okay, and that makes sense to me. I'm curious, you indicated the Canadian Flight Supplement has information in it. Are we identified in that Canadian Flight Supplement?
Yes. Sorry, Lenora, go ahead.
Oh, Sure, all airports in Canada are in the Canadian Flight Supplement with information that's specific to those airports. So Bicycle would have in that there's skydiving there, and Black Diamond would have that there's gliding there, and Rocky Mountain House has that there's aerobatics there.
Thank you for clarifying. So how would we
And
go?
if I can just mention, all pilots are responsible for having a flight supplement, current flight supplement in their aircraft at all times. So they should be very well aware, anyone flying through or flying into the area, they should have done their research, and it gives them the information on the airfield, the runways, the runway direction, any specific requirements like do not fly over the town site, watch out for birds in the vicinity. It's something that all pilots need and should be reading prior to arriving to any airfield in Canada.
Thank
And
you.
legally, it's in the regulations that they must have all the information at the airport before they approach it.
And the information in the Canadian Flight Supplemental also states that, and don't quote me, I'm not reading it directly here, but that aerobatics is heavy, I believe it says there's heavy aerobatics conducted at the airport northwest in the direct vicinity, something to that effect. But it has a statement about the high aerobatic activity directly at Rocky Mountain House.
1 mile east of the airport is what it says.
Okay.
From the airport to 1 mile east.
Well, given the picture that we have and the drawing, I can appreciate where that box is and why it's there. Since we are identified in the Canadian Flight Supplement, how do we go about making it the official aerobatic capital of Canada? How do we make that official?
Yeah, put that on the MD's website.
Yeah, it's actually an initiative that Ken Fowler was working on with us. From discussions with him, he was trying to basically have the operating management of the airport approve that and put it in on the signage coming in and out of Rocky Mountain House that it is the aerobatic capital of Canada. I don't know, other than to do the math or to state it directly, how to otherwise go about it, but.
Okay, and I guess for me, I'm looking and you're saying that you should be able to do this like you've done for decades, but you need permission from the landowner to operate below 2,000 feet.
Yeah.
We're a 50% landowner. And I guess I'm looking at the rest of our council and I'm going, I guess we need to have a conversation with the managing partner, the town, to see how we can manage this forward, given that you've got a third of the airport hangars and you've got millions of dollars invested in our community. And it appears that from an economic development driver, you're bringing millions of dollars into our community through hotels, restaurants, fuel, etc. So
And the air show as well.
And for sure, the air show.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to move forwards in the future without the volunteers that have put it on for numerous years.
Other questions? Oh, Councillor Lang.
So if I understand this correctly, the glitch is you're not able to get permission from the managing partner to operate below 2,000 feet. Okay, I've seen some head nods. Do you know why, or can you tell us why you're not getting permission?
Sure, I'll jump in and then I think Lenora will follow up on this. So currently the main reason was a change in the actual airport manager. When he came in, he sent notification that aerobatics below 2,000 feet has now been prohibited at the airport. Their main concern is it is not conducive to the other airport traffic at the airport. We completely disagree with this. We've been operating there without any major incident for decades. And we have supporting letters from Airspray and other members of the community that they support the aerobatics below 2,000 feet at the airport. But essentially their main concern is the aerobatic box is at the center of the airport, where incoming aircraft cross midfield through the aerobatic box to obtain the wind direction, to understand what direction to land at the airport so the aircraft is coming into the wind when they land. So our position is, because of the mandatory frequency at the airport, the two pilots should always be in complete communication, and that will eliminate any potential hazards through the two pilots talking, knowing where each other is at all times. And if the pilot proceeds to fly into the aerobatic box, the aerobatic pilot will stop flying aerobatics and ensure that they are not in traffic sway. So we always waive the right of way to any other traffic at the airport, and we've done that for years.
Thank you for sharing that. It's good clarification. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. I wouldn't mind going back to Councillor Hoven's question and a point of clarification. Clearwater County receives the taxes for the hangars 100%, so the agreement speaks to the split of the operating deficit. So when it comes to the taxes, I was incorrect in my statement, so I wanted a point of clarification on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Hoven to just clarify that point, and then I'm going to Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Question for administration. Could we on council get some information as to the total tax income from the airport? I'm not expecting it right now, but I'd appreciate seeing those numbers.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, just in closing here, I'd like to thank you all for your very comprehensive presentation. And I, for one, would like to pick up on Lenore's comment about aerobatics capital of Canada. I think there's a tremendous opportunity based upon the information you've provided. I think you've provided information that confirms that we really should be designated the aerobatics capital of Canada. And maybe that starts with that designation on our website, on that of our neighboring municipalities' website, and other communications for the area and this airport. So that's something that I personally will talk with my associates here, my fellow councillors, and maybe there's something we can do. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess to add into that, just to provide a comment, the Rocky Mountain House Airport has historically had a culture that's attracted aerobatic pilots and myself there. And the aerobatics that go on at the Rocky Mountain House Airport is something that's completely unique to almost any airport across Canada. And it's something that should be embraced and exploited. Like, you guys have something that's different than everybody else that provides value and attracts people to the community.
Well, and thank you for that. And I agree with Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, and it certainly warrants some discussion with our partners, the town of Rocky Mountain House. Have you had an opportunity to present your I guess your PowerPoint and your presentation to the town? They are the managing partner. I think this is valuable information for them as well.
Yeah, I've been trying to book a time with them, so we've been back and forth a few times now, and it sounds like we'll have something in early March lined up here to present.
That's
the question I had out to them was if they would like us to present prior or post the report that's scheduled to come out. So I haven't had direction from them yet, and maybe the feedback from you guys would be appreciated if we should wait for the report prior to presenting or present as soon as possible.
This is a question for Mr. Emmons. This report that we're talking about? What is this report? Do we know?
So yes, Reeve Laird, the town of Rockies reached out to Clearwater County Administration and asked for our feedback, and I've provided that. They are doing a review of this conversation. I believe that question, respectfully, Neill, would be appropriate for the managing partner. If I was administering this file, I would want all the information prior to, so I could include it. But truly, this is within the managing partner's purview.
All right, thank you, Mr. Emmons, and thank you for clarifying. I have a tendency to agree. I think it's always important to have more information before making decisions. And at some point, I would imagine it's also going to be brought back to our council at some point, because we are 50-50 owners in this. So that being said, I do want to thank you for taking time to put this together and for presenting to us. I assume that you're going to be participating in the open house. It's a virtual open house about the terminal building. That'll be good information for all of you to participate in actively, given that you have that high of a level of vested interest in our airport. I think it's important we hear from you. That being said, again, thank you for your efforts in putting it together. This has been very informative this morning. We encourage you to have a conversation with the managing partner as well. And we'll look forward to input that we get, feedback from the terminal building in the coming days as well. That being said, I'm looking for one of our counselors to accept this report as information. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you again very much for presenting to us.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate the opportunity.
Enjoy the rest of your day. We're going to take a 15-minute break. All right, we're back at 10:58. Had a little break there. We're on to agenda item 5.1, FRIAA FireSmart Program 2021 Grant Application. Chief DBN.
Good morning, Reeve Laird and members of council. The objective of the FRIAA, the Forest Reduction Improvement Association of Alberta's FireSmart program, aims to create a safer community. The FRIAA FireSmart program helps communities and residents manage and mitigate the threat of wildfire by supporting communities and carrying out activities aimed at reducing the threat of wildfire. As council may recall, Clearwater County applied for the fall 2020 intake for the FRIAA grant program. Within these FRIAA grant programs, there's kind of two steps to them. There's a expression of interest, and then those get shortlisted, and then you apply again using a long form grant application. A lot of time and energy goes into these grant applications. So in the 2020, we got shortlisted into the expression of interest and into the long form. However, we were unsuccessful with the 2020 application and amended the 2021 application in consultation with Ag and Forestry. The 2021 FRIAA FireSmart grant application is similar to that council seen and provided a resolution to support in November 2020. The project would be to develop a wildfire preparedness guide for 10 areas within Clearwater County as determined in consultation with Alberta Ag and Forestry and Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services. This is non-fire protection area, which would be located to the east side of the county and comprises of numerous farms, acreage, and localities. Staff is looking for council to endorse Clearwater County's 2021 expression of interest for Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, FRIAA, $70,000 grant application for the Wildfire Preparedness Guide creation and implementation in the non-forest protection area section of Clearwater County.
All right, and you can see on the screen the 10 specific areas, James River, Cramond, Leslieville, Condor, Withrow, Evergreen, Bingley, Eagle Ridge, Raven Ridge, and Timey Road, Willow Drive, Country Lane. There we go. That's what we're applying for. You guys are going to be busy if you get this.
Yes, ma'am. And a contractor to support that.
All right, so Councillor Swanson.
I'm just wondering in regards to application, yes, is right away the deadline. What's the turnaround for the award? Month, 3 weeks?
Usually we get a notification of some form, because this would be the EOI, so we'll probably within about a month get the notification that either we've been successful to move to the next round or no, we haven't been, and then from there, probably about another month and a half. So we're looking into that May, June start time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Looks like you got us trained. We're well aware of this, the FRIAA grant and the program and the importance that it plays in making our community safe. Looking for somebody to motion for the staff recommendation. Councillor Lang? Those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you.
You're right, that was quick. Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to, just, Matt, you're in the wrong spot there. We don't want you to get, we haven't. Got to do a little COVID protocols there. That brings us to item 6.1. And this has to do with the MOST grant. Go ahead,
Morning, Council.
Go ahead, Mr. Martinson.
Thank you. We've had a discussion with Council once already about the municipal operation sustainability grant, and we're all here today after a couple more requests to discuss some possible opportunities to provide some much needed support in the community. So on December 8th, council discussed providing support to the Pioneer Center drop-in. And at that time, they allocated $2,000 to the Seniors Drop-in Center. As well, they discussed providing $7,500 and ultimately approved those allocations to the community halls as well as the Seniors Drop-in Center. We've attached the correspondence that we received from the Caroline District Senior Drop-in Center. They're requesting $5,520 in funding to help cover their insurance costs and utility costs for their facility. These costs are required because the facility costs keep coming, but we're not able to hold the functions and events and services that they would typically generate revenue from. So they are stuck with the fixed costs of owning a facility or operating a facility, but with no revenue because of COVID. Currently, we contribute $4,500 to both the Pioneer and Caroline Seniors transportation programs. These funds reside in the transportation accounts for each respective group. And are, even though they kind of work under the same tent, they do, each group considers them separate groups when it comes to how they operate. We also provide $5,000 to the Pioneer Center to help operate their facility on an annual basis. Along with the Caroline Seniors Drop-in Center's request, they have also asked for consistent funding on a yearly basis like we provide to the Pioneer Center. And again, that is kind of a separate group from the transportation funding that we already provide to both groups. So just kind of for clarity, we provide transportation funding to Caroline and Rocky Seniors, but we only are currently providing consistent operational funding to the Pioneer Center, not the Caroline. So they've asked for that as well as a potential allocation from our emergency grant. So just to clarify that. So as well as the request from the Senior Center, we did also receive requests from both curling clubs. They too are organizations that we've identified through our work with them that have facility costs or fixed costs, if you will, regarding the facilities they operate or are responsible for in the sense of Caroline. They don't have their separate own facility in Caroline, but they do have requirements to operate their portion of the hub. In Rocky, of course, they do have a separate building, if you will. It is attached to the arena, but it is a separate facility in Rocky. So each group have requested funding from us. Both clubs have had to cancel bond spiels and have to offer their membership fees. You know, that's no bond spiels is a huge revenue generator, and then membership fees were for the most part either refunded in full or partially because members did not get any opportunity or a very, very small window in some instances of opportunity earlier this fall to participate before COVID closed down all recreation. Of course, now recreation is open in a very metered state, but for youth only. And we, do not expect really adult recreation to open up in time to provide the curling club's opportunity. So that's kind of the situation. Both clubs are requesting $10,000 to help cover their 2020-2021 costs. That will allow, both of them to sort of scrape by, if you will, into the next fall and hopefully, obviously be able to generate revenue back from memberships next fall and bond spiels. And, they're going to have to dig out a little bit, of course, but this hopefully will help them scrape by. Staff, we're recommending contributing a portion of Clearwater's most funding to these groups to assist them in these challenging times. We're also recommending that council consider providing the Caroline Center consistent funding just for the consistency with each community. And certainly, administration will take a little responsibility for that oversight. It's something that we never thought about as we've delivered or presented you 3 budgets with, this funding inequity, if you will. So, we did recognize that once it was brought to our attention that, there is possibly an inequity here. If council approves both contributions for the emergency funding, the total amount that would be allocated to these community groups from the most fund would be $25,520, and the consistent funding would not be allocated. We're not asking at this time to allocate that. We are asking council just to consider or direct us to include it in next budget deliberation so that would be for the 2022 budget deliberation this fall. I think, we've provided some background, so council has some familiarity with these groups. And so if, I'll maybe turn it back to the Reeve for questions or comments. Thank you.
Yes, I actually have a question. It's my understanding that the most funding grant went to all municipalities from the province. So did these groups in Caroline and the Rocky group ask the Village of Caroline and the Town of Rocky Mountain House respectively for support through that most grant themselves as well?
We have reached out to the town and we have discussed, whether it's possible that they would be able to contribute, and the answer's been likely not. It's our understanding that the town's reduction in revenue will likely sop up all of their most funding, or at least that's the understanding we have. Murray's nodding. So the village, we have not reached out there. Their allocation will be fairly small because I do believe it's relative to per capita. So their allocation will be fairly small. But we have not specifically reached out to them in relation to any assistance that they might be able to provide to the Caroline group.
Okay, no, I appreciate the clarification. While I recognize that certainly county residents do participate in, these various activities or offered by the Caroline Senior Drop-In Center and Pioneer, as well as both the curling clubs in Caroline and Rocky. It's really unfortunate that they weren't able to get assistance from those other 2 municipalities, one in particular that was chatted with. Councillor Duncan.
I think I've got the answer to one of my questions. I was just wondering about the level of expenses and income estimated by the curling clubs. But I guess we have to actually go back to 2019-20 to see where a more normal year was as compared to the last 2, because they are estimating still some fairly significant income, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. Are the ice surfaces in both the curling clubs right now, or have they taken them out? Do you know the?
I don't believe there's ice in right now. No, there's no ice in right now. So they may have revenue streams that are still intact because, for example, I believe the curling club has the contract for the concession. So with some spurts and ebbs of youth recreation, there has been a revenue stream there. They may have ongoing sponsorship and things that provide revenue, within a year. So as you point out, they are forecasting some amount of revenue, but certainly it's not enough to compensate for, the loss, but also some of the expenses they have with, their fixed costs around the facility, but also, some of their other costs as well.
So I'm assuming from their budgets here that they're looking hopefully towards a more normal fall in 2021 and into the 2022 winter session. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Lougheed.
I guess my comment or my question would be around the ongoing funding for seniors organizations. Being somewhat familiar with other seniors groups within the county, they have a budget line within, for instance, the David Thompson Rec Board to support seniors groups in Leslieville and Condor. Is that maybe a possibility through our newly expanded recreation districts that we can look at some form of sourcing for seniors groups through those? Or are we looking for just a strict budget line for this alone?
I think certainly that's at council's discretion, how they want to fund this. You raise a good point. A lot of the drop-in type stuff they're doing is rec-based. So Leslieville, for a great example, is of the floor curling. And I think that's something that the David Thompson Rec Board has picked up on. And the reason why they have is because we've been really hands-off for a long time until this council, decided they were going to reinvest in rural communities. And so places like David Thompson, they picked up the slack and they said, seniors are a group we want to invest in. We want to help them floor curl in Leslieville. And Leslieville and Condor do operate quasi drop-in centers out of their community halls for seniors. So, there certainly is that. For the Caroline and Rocky groups, they do they're not maybe as much of rec type stuff, but there is some of that, absolutely. And I don't think it would be an appropriate place if this council said we'd like to direct the rec boards to consider seniors funding. We'd like to give them a line item for this and have them, deal with it. Now, it's likely not a prioritizing thing for them, like they would be, say, this year we're gonna fund some ball diamonds in Shiloh and next year we're gonna fund some in James River. That's kind of the rec board role, whereas it would be kind of just flowing through for seniors on a yearly basis. But there still might be some advantages to having them together. It wasn't something we were thinking about, but that doesn't mean there's not opportunity there.
All right. Actually, you bring a very good point forward, at least for me. When we get to point number 2, perhaps there's an opportunity for us to, consider and have more discussion on that. Councillor Lang.
So Matt, my question has to do with the Rocky and Caroline curling clubs. So these are private organizations or nonprofit, I'm not sure. Is this going to open up a can of worms for all those other nonprofit, private, organized, recreational type of clubs to come forward with an ask as well?
We considered that. I think that's a great point. And so when we brought the first round of funding through the community halls, that kind of let the cat out of the bag that the county was looking at areas within our county where we've got some struggles, specifically with some infrastructure that we would ultimately end up responsible for. So if somebody walked away from community hall, ultimately we have been, default looking after them. And so, when we looked at these are groups that have brick and mortar costs that cannot be deferred, say, compared to, say, another group that's really just operating programming, but not a facility. So I believe from that perspective, we've had a look. There's really no other facilities that, are similar to this where we've got significant brick and mortar costs that ultimately, if either one of those, as you correctly pointed out, they are not-for-profit societies, mainly serving adult recreation, but there is some youth recreation there as well. But they're very connected to the municipally owned facilities. So the Rocky one's connected to the Christensen Center. The county did put in a portion of their upgrades back in the day. They were required to finance some of their own. The Caroline situation, that's a group that operates right within another facility. They have some infrastructure that they're responsible for, like their ice plant and stuff. But again, if they cease to exist, it would be the Ag Society who would ultimately have to pick up the slack there, and we all know where the Egg Society is funded from. This council provides the vast majority of rec funding in Caroline. So when we looked at that situation and then looked at other groups that might be similar, we don't see any other groups that really are similar in that instance. So I guess, could other groups come and ask because of this? Sure, anybody can ask, but when we look at why we started funding, the community halls, the senior centers, and now these curling clubs, I truly believe it's to avoid a situation where we'll have a infrastructure abandoned potentially, and a likely community desire requirement for us to step in. And that's kind of where we looked at it. I don't know if that fully answers your question, but I think it gives us a method to why we're doing this.
All right, cause supplemental?
So, other questions. So, with COVID, there's help for individuals and businesses out there through the CRA. Whether it's CERB, I think there's 3 different revenue streams to help. Is this the one and only place for these sports clubs, groups to come to, the municipalities? Or have they checked into other areas through the government to help?
Yeah, so we've worked closely with, all of our community members, and for most groups without employees and things like that, there's very little, if nothing else. So we've certainly, researched those avenues, and we will be absolutely directing these groups to areas where they would be able to access resources. But for the most part, the groups that we're talking about here, because they're not an employer, they can't defer wages and things like that. Those programs don't apply in these instances. Some groups may be different, and it's maybe why we're not hearing from them. But yeah, we definitely are always trying to find out other areas. We see asking council as a last resort, but we're not aware of anything else that these groups might be able to apply to help.
All right. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Mr. Martinson, thank you for your explanation. I think you covered it quite nicely in terms of the lack of other opportunities for these organizations, plus the fact that in these cases they're related to some fixed costs relative to brick and mortar. So I'm very satisfied with your explanation, and I'm prepared to make a motion relative to the staff recommendation number 1. Council approves providing the Caroline District Seniors Drop-In Center 5520.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That brings us to number 2, that council considers adding a budget line for grant funding towards Caroline and District Seniors Drop-In Center operational costs during the 2022 budget deliberations. Some discussion from Councillor Lougheed with regard to through the rec funding. Other comments or considerations there? Councillor Duncan.
My thoughts on this are that the rec funding is typically, I guess it does provide some infrastructure in, for ball diamonds. I guess it could be shuffleboards, it could be different things. For me though, it's more of a programming type funding, the rec boards, what we're doing right now at this point. I think these operational costs speak more to keeping these facilities themselves open and running. The furnaces, the plumbing, the electricity and all that. So while I'm in favor of adding a budget line, and I don't have a number yet, and that'll probably be discussion during our budget session, but I would consider leaving this, more like the community hall grant area as opposed to the rec funding that's my perspective on that.
Other comments? Councillor Lang?
I'm okay with adding it for budget line and for discussions at budget time. I do have concerns, and I expressed this when we gave dollars to the Pioneer Center in Rocky. And the only reason is these are facilities that are in other municipalities. And I think all municipalities should share in the costs. And I asked the question about the Pioneer Center. Well, it was with the most grant that came around last time. And my understanding was the town did not contribute. And that's where I have a bit of a problem. I don't mind helping, but I think it should be on a 50-50 basis.
I guess from my perspective, I'm looking for consistency on the funding, and I anticipate that it would be similar to the Pioneer Center for consistency, but that's something that can be discussed further along as part of the budget if that's the wishes of this council. That being said, if somebody'd like to make this motion. Councillor Duncan? Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That brings us to point number 3, that council approves providing Caroline Curling Club funding up to $10,000, the source of which funding will be a portion of the most grant. Councillor Hoven.
I would move staff recommendation number 3.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Lang.
I just have a question. It says the source of this funding will be a portion of the most grant. How much is that portion?
For the Caroline Curling Club, it will be $10,000.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Are you asking what the total of the most grant is that we have to
No,
work with?
no.
Okay.
My brain was going somewhere else. Thank you.
It's all good. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That then brings us to motion number 4, that council approves providing Rocky Curling Club funding up to $10,000. The source of this funding will be a portion of the most grant. Oh, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I will make that motion as per staff recommendation to award the $10,000 to Rocky Curling Club.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. That then brings us to Public Works, 7.1. We need just a moment to do some COVID protocols, cleaning. All right, so that brings us up to 7.1, RMA Community Aggregate Payment Levy Member Survey.
Good morning, Reid Laird, Deputy Reid Vandermeer, Council. Again, I'm Kurt Magnus, Director of Public Works Operations, and with me today is Kate Regland, Project Technologist, and Reid Williams, Manager, Solid Waste and Recycling. Under the Municipal Government Act, municipalities have the ability to pass a community aggregate payment, a CAP bylaw that requires operators to report shipments based on tonnage and pay a levy of up to the regulated maximum rate of 40 cents per ton of sand and gravel extracted. The CAP levy has been adopted by approximately half of the municipalities in the province, and by the end of 2017, industry will have contributed some 88.4 million to municipalities as a direct result of this program. Alberta's Community Aggregate Payment Levy has been in place since January 1st, 2006, and is set to expire on December 31st, 2022. The CAPL regulation, as I said, is expiring December 2022, and the Alberta Sand and Gravel Association has started to engage with RMA to discuss changes to the CAPL. RMA would like to gather the membership's input on CAPL to help shape our future discussions to ensure that the rural perspective and municipal interests are taken into consideration in CAPL changes. The CAPL was last reviewed by the municipalities, including Clearwater County, on January 27th, 2015. In addition, on November 10th, 2020, administration presented council with an informational agenda item regarding a community aggregate payment levy bylaw. Currently, Clearwater County does not have a community aggregate payment levy bylaw. Majority of the survey pertains to municipalities with a community aggregate bylaw. So I will turn it over to Kate, and she will help guide you through the current survey itself and those questions that would be relevant to our municipality.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the majority of the questions do pertain to municipalities that have a current aggregate bylaw. And so we wanted to focus on, starting with number 3, whether we would be in support of the community aggregate payment levy being mandatory for all municipalities. As Kurt said, half of municipalities in Alberta have it currently and half don't. So we're just looking for some feedback or input on what council stance would be.
Okay, looking for questions and comments. Councillor Duncan.
I do remember we reviewed this, and I'll look to Councillor Vandermeer. I don't remember all the reasons why we chose to stay with not applying this levy in our county, other than it would simply, for the most part, be passed on to the purchasers of the gravel. So we weren't, it was basically a form of taxation that we were taking the funds in for Clearwater County, and it would be at the expense of the people buying the gravel, which, you know, included our citizens as well as contractors that are doing paving work, et cetera, so those costs would simply probably be passed on to the buyers of the gravel, which would also be Clearwater County. So having said that, there is, you know, a significant portion of gravel that does not flow through the county, and we would indeed gain some amount of funding through that program at the expense of other people purchasing the gravel. So I guess I certainly would say that on question 3, I would not support that it being mandatory. I think municipalities still need to make that choice. They have vastly different amounts of gravel in their communities, so there's, and you know, this, if it's mandatory, they may make the fee mandatory. Right now, it's anywhere from 0 to up to 40 cents, right, on the ton. So there's, with it as well out there, there is differences between those that do have the levy and how much they are actually charging. I would suspect it's probably relative to the amount of gravel that flows in and out of their county. The final point I would suggest is that if there's gravel leaving the county, that is something that maybe we should consider. And I don't know if we can apply this levy to the gravel that leaves our county or not. And also, there is gravel leaving our county that's going to other municipalities. And I would actually, that's one of the questions I would have, is that can these levies be applied? It can't be applied to another municipality, can it? Or can it? We don't know the.
I actually received a call from Mountain View County, and they were researching on people's interpretation of that portion in the MGA, whether it does apply for other counties or not. How Kurt and I discussed it is we don't feel it would apply to other municipalities. I didn't hear back of what other municipalities gave her for feedback for that portion, so I don't really have an answer for that.
Yeah,
but how I read it is it doesn't.
Yeah, and I think that's something that could be found out, that just simply ask those municipalities that if we could contact one of them that is applying the levy, if they do apply it to.
Yeah.
But maybe there's not many other municipalities out there that have, you know, shared pits or pits from other communities. There's probably only along the east slopes probably. Maybe Brazeau would be the only one I could think of that possibly, you know, because I'm sure Leduc is taking gravel out of that county for sure. Whether it's Leduc County or just private contractors, I don't know.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. I'd just comment that I agree with Councillor Duncan's recollection of previous discussions that this kind of a levy would be significantly borne by the users, many of whom would be from the county. Over the years, I think my opinion on this has changed a little bit. I think that in these times there should be a levy. And in answering this question, of course, I do not think it should be mandatory, but I think it's something that this county needs to reconsider. So to answer point 3, non-mandatory, but let's discuss further as we go through these questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan and Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, for providing us some history as to what some of the thoughts were at the time. Councillor Lougheed.
I would be somewhat curious, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but do we have an idea of how much of this resource is extracted each year? What kind of tonnage are we talking about ultimately at the end?
I don't believe that's something we collect as data. Mr. Emmons can step in here, but I know there's currently 57 gravel pits within Clearwater County, excluding our own. And again, whether or not we have a means of collecting that data, I'm uncertain.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. And thank you, Mr. Magnus. At this time, there's no opportunity or way for Clearwater County to get into that level of audit with the private industry. So we truly can speculate, but we have no way to substantiate that level of data at this time.
Supplemental?
Yes, I guess that leads me to the question then that if this was a practice we endorsed, if we started charging a levy, then we would have to have some system to audit this, or would it just go on the honesty of those people that are mining the resource? And you know, kind of some of the considerations there would be around administering a levy like this.
You're correct, Councillor Lougheed. It would be strictly on the honor system in regards to the collection of this levy.
All right, I was wondering myself how you would enforce it. So Councillor Swanson, and then I'll go to Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I actually took the opportunity to review that November 10th information item and then reread the actual regulation. And the way I read the regulation is that the gravel pit owners are the ones that actually are the ones that are supposed to do the weight measurement or whatever, and then commit either through a monthly or a quarterly payment. And through the, I'll just say the advanced of technology and the drone usage for measuring piles has been exceptional and very accurate versus, I would say that would be one way of going around it. I agree with Deputy Reeve Vandermeer in regards that I don't believe all municipalities need to be mandatory, but this is a non-renewable resource. And I think that's where I'm at, that, you know, when I look at the table that you provided, there's only County of Wetaskiwin that does not charge an ag levy. The rest of our neighbors do. And again, as far as road use agreements, they all do except for Brazeau. So to me, you know, this is something that takes us into what's happening now. Roads are going to be more important in the future, construction, etc. So yes, I agree that we need to look at it as a council and come back with a future bylaw.
Councillor Lang.
I have a question, but I want to make a comment. As far as the levy, my thoughts are if the aggregate is staying within Clearwater County, I'm not so certain that a levy would be appropriate, but if it goes out beyond our municipality, by all means. But I want to go back to the comment you made, Mr. Magnus, about there's no system for monitoring the levy. And Councillor Swanson said all our neighboring municipalities except Wetaskiwin does not charge. Do they have a system for monitoring, or is it on the honor system?
No, I reached out to all the counties, surrounding counties, and the only one I didn't hear back from was Brazeau, but they all said it's based on an honor system. None of them asked for gravel pit surveys.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess my question is, again, around the levy. Knowing that the county is responsible for several thousand kilometers of roads, I know we are a large consumer of aggregate. Would this levy then apply to the municipality as well?
As far as I know from, Kate and Mr. Emmons can correct me if wrong, it would not apply to ourselves. We wouldn't charge ourselves that levy.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. And Mr. Magnus is right, Councillor Lougheed, and to expand on that, and to go back and answer a previous question, if I may. My understanding of legislation, and I'll defer to Kurt or Kate to correct me, because my information is a little bit dated from when I was involved in aggregate. But unless they've done some amendments, Councillor Lang, the parameters of legislation didn't permit to discern whether it stayed in or out, but only municipal use. So not only would we be exempt, but if we had a private contractor contract to us to do paving, they would also be exempt, because it's kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul. They'd just up their price by 40 cents and it's left hand, right hand. So legislation did not allow to track it outside of the boundaries, but it did account for usage. So if Clearwater County as the municipality was using it, we would be exempt even if it was private.
Supplemental?
Thank you for that, understanding that quite often that aggregate is used through a contractor, and when the contractor creates a bid, quite often they place a contingency, and the contingency might be based around them paying 40 cents a ton extra, and anticipating they have to have a contingency on top of that 40 cent, it could actually bring out more costs than we receive for the levy. So that's just my concern with that circular idea around contracts and contingency.
All right, so that then brings us kind of round to trying to fill in the survey for number 3. Would our municipality be supportive of the CAPL being mandatory for all municipalities? So, Councillor Duncan, I see your light's on.
Just no to that one. And I'll let you continue with your question if you want to go around the table or something.
I sure will. Councillor Lougheed.
Certainly, I can agree that no as far as a mandatory check off.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
The answer is no.
Councillor Lang is no. Councillor Hoven.
I would be no to a provincial mandatory checkoff as well.
No. Councillor Swanson is no. I am no for the mandatory as well. I note that Deputy Reeve Vandermeer's light is on. Did you have a comment? Okay. Now, they're looking for point number 4 to provide our reasoning. Councillor Duncan you had indicated the mandatory was something that was bothering you. I heard that being reflected by all of our council as well. Other thoughts?
I'm not sure if Kate captured or not, but she probably has been. I think she captured some of our thoughts there as well, but it just speaks to probably the differences in philosophy around around the project, or around the levy itself, and if that's a philosophy that the county wishes, any county wishes to endorse. It also, I think it speaks to the different levels of gravel production in different counties, and whether they're buying gravel or basically selling gravel, or, you know, out of their county, and even different philosophies in the way they use their gravel reserves. We do not allow our gravel reserves to go to contractors who are doing paving, right? They have to source that themselves. Our gravel reserves are held. Other counties probably do that differently, or may do that differently, where the contract, if you're bidding on a paving contract, you're not buying any gravel, you're using county gravel for that. So there's, you know, different ways we manage our gravel as well. So I think those are some of the reasons there for that. Also, the price varies, right? Municipalities would also have the options to, like I would like to see that municipalities still retain the option as to what level of levy they wish to enforce in their own counties as well. Like I say, it's anywhere from 0 to 40 right now. And I would like to note that this, I didn't see anywhere in the questionnaire where RMA or Sand and Gravel Association was looking at if this should be increased or the range should be increased or not either. I don't know why they didn't have that as part of the survey. I would have thought that's probably a pretty important consideration, especially for the Sand and Gravel Association. This hasn't been looked at in 10 years. Typically, these things do creep up.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. I find number 3 question quite interesting. For those councillors that haven't been involved in gravel as long as I have, this was an initiative started by the Alberta Sand and Gravel Association. So it came from the private sector. And the rationale was to streamline the road use process. So we're gonna pay a levy on all aggregate and then we can use your roads, period. That was the start of this process. So to have it evolve to the point where now the province is asking municipalities if it should be mandatory, I find that interesting. And my question back to the province is why? And I would be interested in that answer to assist council when the bylaw comes back for a discussion at a later date. Why? How did an initiative from the Alberta Sand and Gravel Association become this question by the province and not Alberta Sand and Gravel? What's behind this would be my curiosity question for council's consideration.
Go ahead.
So further to Mr. Emmons' comment, according to the website, Alberta Sand and Gravel Association website, I can communicate some of the reasoning behind this and why this is coming up. As it states there, and this is from the Alberta Sand and Gravel Association, they have communicated the following. As government reviews the CAP program and regulation, the Alberta Sand and Gravel Association is advocating for a return to the original goals established at the onset of the initiative. The intent was to demonstrate the value of sand and gravel operations to local communities and decrease public opposition. Currently, the general public remains largely unaware of contributions being made under CAP, as most of the monies collected by municipalities are directed into general revenues. When municipalities allocate these funds to their general revenue budget, the monies are typically not earmarked for a specific identifiable project, and are instead expended as part of normal operations. When direct community benefits are not visible to the public, opposition to development increases and municipal permitting requirements become more stringent. This results in elevated costs for industry to develop new gravel reserves. This long-term trend has meant that industry costs continue to climb. As a result, more and more projects are becoming economically non-viable and valuable resources are being left undeveloped. The Alberta Sand and Gravel Association believes the original goal of the CAP levy program remains relevant. By advocating for a return to the original intent, the Alberta Sand and Gravel Association would like to see a process where monies are allocated to a specific and identifiable project benefiting the community receiving the funds. For example, a playground, park, or community project would allow a clear connection between industry and the benefits it is providing to the area. We would also like to see CAP become a provincial requirement with collection and disbursement of CAP levy monies by a central arm's-length entity and the removal of current exemptions. Finally, we recommend consideration for a percentage of CAP funds being allocated to research reclamation techniques and reclaim orphaned and abandoned sites. These proposals reflecting the position of the Alberta Sand and Gravel Association have been shared with Alberta Municipal Affairs and relevant stakeholders. And this is directly off their website.
Okay, so I heard a little bit of reclamation funding and exploration funding. Interesting. Councillor Hoven.
My concern with having it all centralized up in Edmonton is that as that money pot gets bigger, the province is gonna be wanting to get, start off with just a little to take care of their administration. And soon in a number of years, we might not even be seeing dollars, as it might be split equally among all municipalities with money going to Edmonton and Calgary. And if we can keep things here local around this table, I'm in favor of doing that.
Other thoughts or comments on that? Councillor Duncan?
From those comments, and I appreciate Mr. Hammond's comments, because I remember those discussions a while back, and that was one of the reasons we were hesitant to initiate the levy back in past years, because we were not willing to do that at the sacrifice of our road use agreements and the way we were operating on those under. But it appears that the Sand and Gravel Association has moved away from that as being the reason. That's not relevant anymore. They're looking at things other than, whether that's a social license or where they want the funds directed. But their rationale has changed as well over the years.
So I'll ask, have we provided enough detail on that, or is there more discussion to be had by the rest of council here? Are you comfortable with the answer we've provided? I know for me, I'm looking for some level of consistency. That would be helpful. So that then provides 3 and 4. Where do you
Yes,
want
thank
to take
you.
us next?
No, if everybody's in agreement with what Jim's kind of explained, then we can put that in for sure.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Duncan.
I would consider that we should provide a response to number 5 as well. I think 5 years is too short. I would suggest maybe 10. These things come around far too often, and we have those discussions far too often. But if that was all right, I would submit that we suggest 10 years as the answer for number 5.
All right. I know I had 10 years written on my paper as well. For some reason, I thought that seemed a little bit more appropriate. Councillor Lougheed, timeline for number 5?
I think that's a reasonable timeline to look at here. If previous councillors have dealt with this in their previous terms, I think that's probably shone enough spotlight on this for this council.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, 10 years. Councillor Lang, 10 years. Councillor Hoven. That's question number 5.
I'm good with 10.
10. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm good with 10, and just preempt, we should go to number 9 as well.
Oh, thank you. Question 9. Who does your municipality think should be responsible for collecting and distributing, apparently it's difficult for my lips today, CAPL funds? I'm going to say municipalities. I'm biased. I think that when the aggregate's in our backyard, we should have some say about it. I'm going to start then with Councillor Swanson this time.
Yeah, I agree. Municipalities collect.
All right. Councillor Hoven.
I agree. Municipalities, let's keep it local.
Councillor Lang.
Same, municipalities.
I've already weighed in that it needs to be municipalities.
Yes,
Deputy
municipalities.
Reeve. Thank you. Councillor Lougheed.
To make it short, yes, municipalities.
Councillor Duncan.
I concur with municipalities.
Thank you for that catch, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hoven, your light's on?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on that survey that we can help with?
Kurt, did you have notes for?
So the last question just asks if we want to provide any other comments, I believe. I think we've been able to capture the essence of that. I don't think we need any motions, do we? Council provides input on the RMA Community Aggregate member survey and provided our responses. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that works. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? There you go.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to 7.2. Second and third readings of the Solid Waste and Recycling Services Bylaw. Mr. Magnus.
Okay, thank you once again. So as Council recollects, on Tuesday, February 9th, Council granted first reading with amendments to the Solid Waste and Recycling Services Bylaw 1105-21. So as per the direction of Council, the following amendments were made. So I'll just quickly go through the three to make sure that we correctly reflected the amendments that were communicated to administration by Council. So the very first one was Section 3.0, General Prohibitions, subsection 3.14. So this was regarding, we listed off the various sites, transfer station sites, and rather than having them in the transcript of the bylaw itself, we took it out, crossed them out, and just simply referred back to Schedule D, where they're already listed, along with their locations and operating hours. The second amendment, again, same section 3.0. This pertained to the various sites that we had as recycle depots. Again, this was section 3.23 under recyclable materials. And there was discussion as to continuing to provide this service at these various sites and upon the direction of Council, so as not to be in competition with the town of Rocky Mountain House and their current eco center. It was removed, and we have since removed the bins located at the Rocky Co-op site, and have left the remaining three, being Caroline, Ball Depot, Hamlet, Lesaville, and then Stauffer Depot. The final amendment was to Schedule A itself, and this one was brought forward as comment by Councillor Duncan in regards to the use of the term compostable. And so to remain consistent in the description of our waste types for each of the schedules A and B, we crossed that out and just simply referred to it as yard waste as well. So continuing to move forward with this, if Council is in agreement with the mentioned amendments and as a whole is satisfied with the bylaw as written and or wishes to proceed with some further amendments, and once agreement has come to those amendments, hereby grant second and third reading to the Solid Waste and Recycling Services Bylaw 1105-21, which includes the residential and commercial solid waste and recycling services fees as presented in Schedule A, Clearwater County Regional Landfill rates, and Schedule B, Clearwater County Solid Waste and Recyclables Transfer Station rates.
Do we have any questions or comments? Councillor Duncan.
I was just a question on how this will work with our farmers out there. If I show up at the transfer station or the landfill site with maybe a mixed load of household plus, silage, plastic, twine, and et cetera that maybe can't even be recycled, will there be, how would I fit into the not the residential, but it would be a commercial category or something, there would be, you know, it's either a guess or a charge for that portion of the load that is from basically farm as opposed to residential.
I'll turn that over to Mr. Williams, and he can address that question.
Councillor Duncan, in a lot of those instances, I think we tried to use the term mixed waste. We realize in an ag community, that's a challenge. There's household waste, which is generated from your household. That's your, you know, from your kitchen to your day-to-day activities in your household. There's also an allotment for mixed waste that allows for a little bit of a crossover. It's not defined, but that would include some light construction and renovation type waste, light, maybe boards, posts, fence posts. There's some categories with that. I think when we target the rates for these things, it's based on, again, some of the load size, and the sizes are the sizes are important because the transfer facilities are a little bit older and they've only had so much capacity. So if we open it wide up, we have a management problem. So anything that we can direct to the landfill in large loads, it would be a payable. That's been consistently what we've done the last few years. That's always a challenge because efficiencies, someone wants to haul in a large load. We get into the, you know, what's more efficient if I haul one load and it's 4 tons or I come back every week for a month, makes no sense. And those are valid points. I think where it comes down is more the operational side. There's some challenges unloading. When you have a push pit, a little easier. You have a transtore, a little tougher. You have to go into what I call putting it into an outdoor stall. And that becomes unsightly. It runs away on you because things all end up in there. So to answer your question on the charges, again, we've used load size and it's to, especially on the transfer stations, to manage that. But if you had like large mixed loads, we would try to direct that to the landfill. If you had a grain truck, for instance.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and typically, I think, depending on my situation, anyway, and I'm sorry, it's just a personal one, but and I try to speak for, you know, what I say other people do. Now, typically they end up with, yeah, probably a larger load than you would really want to see at a transfer station with either net wrap and twine, and especially the silage plastic or grain bags. But I think if we're doing it by weight at the landfill, there's definitely not going to be the charge respective of the size of the load there for sure. So it would be by weight if you go to the transfer station, right, or to the landfill site, right, on those loads, or would you be?
That's correct. We would go off the weight because we do have a scale to weight them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that.
Councillor Lang?
Well, I guess my concern is along the same lines. I'm looking at the next page after this one. So where it says residential waste, if it's bagged waste, there's no charge. But pickups or trailers less than 8 feet, $17.50, or trailers over 20 feet, $35. And I guess that's my concern. So say a person had 2 bags a week and you hauled it every week, there'd be no charge. But if you kept those bags for a month, there's 8 bags, you threw them in the back of your truck, you get charged? Am I understanding this correctly?
No. So if you're coming in with a half ton and the back of your pickup truck is just full of garbage bags, no, we would not charge that. That would not be charged.
But is that not the way this is reading?
Reed, do you want to?
It's not this page, it's the next one.
Yeah, you're looking at Schedule B, right, transfer station rates.
Yeah, B.
Yeah.
Under residential rates.
Okay. Councillor Lang, oh, sorry.
Yes, that one.
So Councillor Lang, to look at that, when we originally talked with household waste, we were looking at a minimum charge. Rationale was in the event of we were trying to track through Waste ID to track a general use and to associate a potential credit or cost with that. Now, whether that cost is borne by the tax base or individually, those are things that still have to be decided. Again, on the large truck and trailer was, again, there is a larger volume, and that larger volume with a pickup trailer, we make the assumption on that load, we would probably be, I would say, you'd be looking at an equivalent of $70 a ton is what that's designed for. So 1750, 250 kgs, you'd be looking at approximately $70 a ton. So that's why that one was derived. Obviously, you know, if that was to be hauled in 10 months of the year, that's a value of $170. Now, depending on if someone brought in a couple bags, that's relatively low volume, and it's more probably household specific, again, to what your household residential waste is generated. That wouldn't include your mixed waste. That wouldn't include maybe some ag waste, right? So those are why those numbers are there. If you look at it, the numbers we have for our transfer stations, I would say collectively on our larger stations, based on if our user counts are close to correct, again, they're hand calculated, based on the weights we get in, we average anywhere from 70 kgs to 90 kgs per trip. And that's all in. That's metals to everything at that location. So when we're looking at that at 250, we think that's fairly liberal pricing. Okay, so that's the average load, 80, so that's 170 pounds, okay, on that amount. What we would do in this case is eventually, as we can get, if technology can serve us, we're looking at the actual usage, okay? We know there's a lot of people that bring in a trailer once a month. That's very doable. I think that's something we all accept as a good practice. Where we want to get away is when people bring in truck and trailer loads 2 or 3 per weekend. It causes questions of concern because now it comes on, okay, what is actually happening there? And what do we need to do to get that information to council to make better programs and better use of our resources, to be honest. So those are important things. I mean, those cases do happen. If you talk to operators without having a defined, we know it's X amount of load, but a lot of trips, again, you ask the question, why?
Supplemental?
This is more of a comment than a question. I've experienced this myself, and I've had a few phone calls over the last couple of weeks. There are people that make an attempt to go to the regional landfill, but unless you have a 4x4, it's pretty difficult to get in and out. So I'm just thinking maybe there could be something, a pad or something made that's more accessible, and a lot of people be willing to go out there if they knew they weren't going to get stuck or get, someone just told me the other day their truck was up to the axles and they just had a clean truck and it was all covered in mud. So, and I realize it does get that way out there.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. My comments are also about Schedule B. And, you make the point that the average deposit is 70 to 90 kgs. And our residents are used to using these transfer sites, and they're used to not paying money to do it. So when I look at Schedule B, I think we should eliminate all charges relative to residential waste, the first group category is 1750 or 35. Going down into construction and demolition, I also see small trailers coming up to the transfer site, unloading some gyprock or wood or metal or something. I don't want to see that in ditches, and I don't want to see it buried anywhere. And we've been handling this with the system we have in place And I believe we can continue to handle it with the system we have in place without going through these charges. And clearly, when you get into the next categories, down into the ICI and metals, you know, appliances, you know, the freezers, of course, we're gonna charge for the Freon-based appliances. But I think that with the exception of the large trailer loads, which you identify and direct them to the landfill, I think it would be a mistake to start charging at the transfer sites. Our people can either bring a few bags at a time, or they can bring half a pickup load or more if they choose to come in only once every month or two. So that's where I sit. I just don't see a need to change at this point in time. I'd like to see us, since we have made some changes here in the Rocky Mountain House area, I don't think we should be making multiple changes. I think that's a big enough change to absorb. And again, we need to see if there are operational problems that result from what's happening in and around Rocky Mountain House. That there could be some things that, some issues that require adjustment. But out at the regular county-wide transfer sites, I'm not in favor of any charges. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Magnus.
Thank you for your comments, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Administration would be remiss if we did not bring some clarification behind these rates and why they're there. Just again, as administration's our duty and responsibility to share with each of you how we came about and why these are here. So for recollection purposes, when it was under the Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority, in essence, the use of the transfer stations and solid waste and recycling services was paid for through requisition. And I know all of you are well aware of that. Because the agreement, the Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority agreement was terminated by all three municipalities, with each municipality choosing to provide their own services. These still need to be paid for, and by removing these, you are in essence then subsidizing the other municipalities. They're still going to come in there and use these transfer stations. So we're subsidizing them to drop their garbage and waste off at our transfer stations, along with having to then haul that to the landfill. Now, these rates here are very comparable and in line with what surrounding municipalities charge as well. I know there's a concern. I know as Councillor Hoven presented this along with yourself today, Councillor Vandermeer, in regards to it ending up in the ditches, the garbage. We don't see this being the case. In the near future here, and one of the agenda items that we're going to bring forward to Council on March 9th is the implementation of a ID card tracking credit system. And our intent is to determine what would be a reasonable amount of credit to be established on each of these cards to which each resident in Clearwater County will have. We will provide those details to you come March 9th. But the intent behind that is now, rather than through requisition and taxes that our residents had contributed to in regards to paying for this service, that is just simply shown as a credit amount on their cards. And our intent is that when there should be very little or minimal point where someone, our residents, go beyond that amount that's established as a credit on their card. Let's say hypothetically speaking, it's a $300 credit on the card for the use of this solid waste and recycling services. That in itself, if you look at the $1,750, that's 17 trips to the transfer station with a pickup truck and a trailer less than 8 foot loaded. Okay, 17 trips. After that point, 18th trip, okay, maybe they need to start paying for that. Okay, but the point I'm trying to make here too is, again, I'll reiterate that if you choose, and I'll leave that to council, and that's the direction you provide us, to remove these charges, you are subsidizing the other municipalities. Rhonda, do you want to speak to
Right
anything?
on that note, and I thank you for that, it is coming up on 12:15. That gave us some clarity to think about who is regional and regional fees and who is non-regional. And when we come back, maybe you can clarify regional and non-regional for us. We'll come back, will half an hour for lunch work for us? And we'll be back at 12:45. That works, perfect. Okay, it is 12:53 and we're returning from lunch. We were in the process of discussing item number 7.1 and looking at options with regard to getting some clarity relating to, 7.2, my apologies, 7.2, and getting some clarity with regard to the fee structure on item Schedule B. And if you don't mind, Mr. Magnus, perhaps you could identify who are the regional, because we've got regional fees and non-regional fees. Who are the regional?
By all means, if I could have council refer to the bylaw itself, particularly section 2 interpretation. I'll have you go there, and when you find that, just make your way down to subsection 2.15 right through to 2.18. So we'll start with 2.15, and we refer to local, and this becomes crucial because that'll play into regional, non-regional. Local means ratepayers within the county boundaries, including Rocky Mountain House, the Village of Caroline, Summer Village of Burnstick, the Bighorn, Sunchild, and Ochese reserves. Now, if you look 2.16, regional rates means rates for local residents in accordance with Schedule A and Schedule B. So local being, again, Rocky Mountain House, the Village of Caroline, Summer Village of Burnstick, Bighorn, Sunchild, and Ochese reserves, along with Clearwater County residents. Okay? And then non-local means ratepayers outside of county boundaries, which then we go to 218 non-regional rates, means rates for non-local residents in accordance with Schedule A and Schedule B. Is that helpful?
That helps a lot, and it's good to have that reference, because I think that's where we were getting kind of confused. The other part out of this, because we do want to keep everything consistent with our neighbors, the other part of this is understanding we are going to an ID system. Perhaps you could give us, I'll say, a teaser to what we're going to see in 2 weeks.
Sure. So administration has been in discussion in regards to how we plan on implementing this. So yes, so it will be a card system where right now, and this is where we're at this point, again, just a teaser, and those details will be provided to you on March 9th, but card will be issued to each of our residents, and again, we'll go into details, greater detail come March 9th, along with residents outside it, residents within other municipalities within Clearwater County. They'll be given a card system as well. Right now, we're looking at potentially a different color associated with each that will clearly distinguish between a Clearwater County resident, a Town of Rocky Mountain House resident, a Caroline resident, and so on, all right? And along with individuals coming outside of region. We plan on establishing a credit associated with Clearwater County residents' cards, okay? And this is where Reed's expertise will come in, being a subject matter expert in regards to what a household typically sees, and using data information to help us come up with a recommendation that we're going to bring before council on what would be an acceptable credit amount established on each of these Clearwater County resident cards, right? And so anyways, yeah, so anytime a resident, Clearwater County, wishes to use any of our transfer station or landfill, they simply present the card, and it does two things, basically tracks. Now we know right away it was a Clearwater County resident or business, and along with whatever the solid waste they brought in, then that is taken off their credit, so it brings their credit down. And of course, our intent is to bring forward a recommendation to council that that hopefully no resident gets to a point where they've used all of it and now have to get charged in addition to it, right? And for non-county residents, so other municipalities, they would also have a card, and they will be given the opportunity to essentially put an amount onto their card. So, you know, they'll say, okay, I want to put $100 onto this card. They can make that known to us as Clearwater County. So we establish a $100 credit for Joe Blow, sort of thing, Jane Doe, whoever it may be, right? And then they can come out and they'll do the same thing. They'll show the card and their credit will be drawn down. And it's up to them and their choice as to how much they feel they need to establish on their card. So they'll come into the office and they'll simply pay that amount, you know, if it's $100 or $50, and then that's put onto their card system.
Well, and thank you. We don't want to ask too much more because we recognize that it is just a teaser for 2 weeks from now. And, but the intent is, what I'm hearing is, we've always had a requisition amount through the regional system that the county covered off through our taxes. And the intent is to just find a different system to do the same thing for our county residents. So we look forward to more on that. Other questions or comments?
If I may, I'm just going to turn it over to Rhonda just for a little bit. She's just, I feel that, again, behooves us to just bring some additional comments to, prior to us going for lunch here.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Yes.
Duran.
Yeah, just some additional information to Kurt's comments there. So I think the town has reduced services a bit within the town of Rocky, so they don't take bulky items anymore. So their residents will have to haul either to a transfer station or the landfill to dispose of their, you know, if they're redoing their basement or that sort of thing. I think they only just take bagged garbage at the eco center currently, so.
Okay, well, I imagine that is something that municipality will work through as they work on their eco center. So that's something that they'll be interested in doing. Other questions or comments? All right. So basically, back to this Schedule B, we're not looking to make any changes then based on that then? Okay. Then we're looking for second reading of this bylaw with the changes that's tracked. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I would make a motion to grant second reading.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. And then looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Hoven?
I was just gonna say, I'm wondering if we should only do second reading today until we get the complete and accurate picture of the card system before we go out to our residents, because this would be one change, and then if we vote in favor of a card system in 2 weeks, it's another change, and I think it could be confusing to people because it's from one change, and looking at what's best for our residents, I think if we go forward and there's only one change and one thing to educate people on, I think it will get rid of a lot of the confusion, and it will allow administration to be crystal clear in explaining the new system to people, because there will only be one set of information and one change that is brought out at a time.
Other comments or thoughts on that? Councillor Duncan?
My only question, I guess, maybe for administration is how will that affect current operations by delaying another couple of weeks on that? We're basically kind of still in limbo a bit, right, in terms of the way we're accepting, anybody can go to the transfer stations right now. And then that would continue for the next 2 weeks as well, right?
Yeah, it would be status quo. It would not affect us greatly, and if that be council's wishes to move in that direction, that would be acceptable to us.
Okay,
So, well, I'm just trying to understand that, any further, like a card system, is that gonna be a separate bylaw then, or is that gonna be a schedule, or like, or are you able to implement that within the current bylaw?
We should be able to implement it within the current bylaw because these, in essence, the card system allows us the ability to track and then implement the fees as set out in this schedule. So it would be a means to an end, in essence.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. If I may, Kurt, just expand on your answer. Councillor Duncan, the ID system is an administrative process for tracking. It doesn't come with the fees, but we do need the ID system to implement the fees, and the fees indeed is governance, and that's why this bylaw is before council.
Okay. So that tells me it would work either way, basically, this council meeting or the next one, to, nothing would be implemented until that time anyway.
Okay. Councillor Swanson? Okay.
Rhonda, sorry.
Ms. Duran?
Yeah, just for clarification, we wouldn't be ready administratively to start charging fees even if the bylaw was passed today. There's more work to do to get the transfer stations ready and have the appropriate equipment in place at all the sites. So one of the things we'll be discussing with you on the during the March 9th item is what date you want these to come into effect.
Okay. So Councillor Hoven, is this something that you'd rather see put to the March 9th meeting then?
I would like to see it move to March 9th. I do not want to have residents thinking that they're going to have to start paying for garbage at the end of this council meeting and then in 2 weeks be told you're given a credit. I think that is going to be confusing. It's going to add another layer of complexity to a very complex issue. And I think if it's not going to hinder administration by waiting till March 9th and doing it all in one day, it's better for our residents if we do that. Do we need to move to table it, or do we just say third reading next? Well, I will move we table it until March 9th.
Okay. Everybody understand the motion? Those in favor? That is carried 7-1.
7-1?
7-0. I don't know why I keep trying to add an extra counselor. Yeah, we'll give somebody else an extra vote. Actually, I do have one question before you go. How are we currently checking who is utilizing the transfer sites? Are we at all? Mr. Williams?
We currently track by just a face-to-face initialization when you meet the customer coming in. We know, for instance, on last Sunday, we had high traffic amounts in Everdale and Cow Lake. Everdale had 147 people, which is very different from years past as far as a February. Could be related to Nice Day. Other facilities, Central, Eco Center, closed potentially. In a 3-hour window was quite exhausting. So there was a lot of people. And then Cow Lake subsequently right after was about 80. So again, those were fairly good turnouts. Now, we realize there'll be some backflow from the closed Rocky site, probably on the recycle end of things. So we are mitigating that with extra, like just additional bins and really trying to track our daily use. Central site, again, for what's forwarded, we probably have, we're averaging about 100 a day, okay, at this time. But we're open for 8 hours there. So that's a little bit not as complex. We do get some from other municipalities at this time, that's declared, but, for the most part, it's manageable. And, where we do see on the rural sites, more so again, the Leslieville, Crossroads, Cow Lake and Everdale, are the ones that we've kind of, we're making some assumptions here, but people who maybe historically used Rocky coming into town are using those sites a little more frequently. It's still early since January 31st, so we do compile the data as we go through the month, but that was just the early indications.
Thank you for clarifying that. Councillor Hoven?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I guess the other thing, I went to Central State to try it. And one fella indicated to myself that he would prefer, because he lives somewhere out in the Ferrier area, to go directly to the landfill, but doesn't want to end up with fees and whatnot going over the scale, and would find that most beneficial. So I think as you're working through the process in the coming weeks, I think that that's something that we need to make sure we encourage. At the end of the day, they're literally cutting off the trucking for us. So that's value added in my mind. And if it's right, their next door neighbors or close nearby, we want to encourage them to go directly there. Councillor Lang.
Yeah, Reeve-Liard is actually passing on what I've heard from residents out there too. Just yesterday, I had another call from a resident that actually went to the landfill, but won't go back there again because she had a car and just about got stuck. But if there could be maybe a point out there where they didn't have to drive right into the back there, where they could easily take their garbage, or especially their large like couches or whatever, and have it dropped off at the front. I mean, that would still save considerable trucking costs, and I think a lot of people are willing to do that as long as they could get easy access to the area. Something to consider.
I apologize. Councillor Swanson?
I just want to commend you guys too in regards to your recycling chart. I had one ratepayer call me and says, well, you guys aren't doing any more recycling. And I said, no, you need to go to the website. And that was very well done as far as what is collected and where it's collected. So I don't know if you want to maybe bring that to the front a little bit more for the next couple weeks, just for information. And then, at that point in time, because I did have to go into the direct department in order to find it. But just for more awareness, I'll say in the short term, the next 2 to 3 months, as we get people to understand that we are recycling and what we are recycling at particular transfer stations. It was well done.
Councillor Lang.
I just want to thank the staff for what they've done for the setup at the central site. It is well done. I was up there probably the coldest day of the year last week, and it is set up so well. The traffic flow is great, the signage is good, it's clean, it's safe. You did a remarkable job in a very short period of time, so thank you.
I have to say the same. I visited it and yeah, it's well done. We don't need to worry about birds and whatnot because it's all covered. And again, you did it in such a short amount of time. The other part that I would recommend is that we have some sort of public education component that comes forward within the next 2 weeks with regard to the ID systems and this bylaw, so that our residents understand what this transition really is. And I think part of the other message is this is going to be a transition year. We've got a lot to learn about how we're going to change. You just explained about how traffic patterns are changing a little bit and flow. So I think that we're going to learn a lot in the next number of, I'll say 8, 9, 12 months. Anyway, thank you for entertaining our many questions, and keep up the good work. Oh, did you have another question, Councillor Lang, or?
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to 8.1, request for support, a 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird, Council. So Clearwater County received correspondence from Honorable MP Gerald Soroka requesting support for a 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. The staff recommendation for Council is that you consider passing the following motion. Whereas the federal government has passed a motion to adopt 988 as a national 3-digit suicide and crisis hotline, and whereas the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has increased the demand for suicide prevention services by 200%, and whereas existing suicide prevention hotlines require the user to remember a 10-digit number and go through directories or to be placed on hold, and whereas in 2022, the United States will have in place a national 988 crisis hotline, and whereas Clearwater County recognizes that it is a significant and important initiative to ensure critical barriers are removed to those in crisis and seeking help. Now therefore, be it resolved that Clearwater County Council endorses this 988 crisis line initiative, and that staff be directed to send a letter indicating such support to local MP, MPP, Federal Minister of Health, the CRTC, and local area municipalities to indicate our support. And the background, as I stated, is attached in Gerald Soroka's correspondence for Council's review.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Duncan?
Not sure why it's on. I just would ask, should MPP be MLA there, or what's MPP refer to in the?
Member of Parliament?
Which is MP.
What is MPP? Sorry, Murray might have the answer.
Mr. Hagan?
I believe it's a member of provincial parliament. I think Ontario, for instance, uses that nomenclature rather than an MLA. So for our purposes, it would be the MLA.
MLA for us.
MLA for us. Perhaps we could make that minor adjustment.
Otherwise, I'd be willing to make that motion.
Councillor Duncan is making that motion. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. It is a good idea and well overdue, so I'm glad to see that moving forward. That then takes us to 9.1 of the CAO report.
Thank you, Reeve Laird and Council. So the February 23rd CAO report, would Council like me to go through it and deal with questions or?
Highlights, I think.
Okay. Item number 1 is the 2021 election and voter list. Council's had several conversations in the past with our Director of Emerge, where Council's going on that. But following Council's third reading of Bylaw 1102 for municipal elections to authorize the collection of electoral information for voter list creation on December 8th, the county's election coordinator worked with Elections Alberta on a data sharing agreement in order to create the county's list of electors coming forward. And I'd be glad to go through it verbatim, but the background is there for Council's review.
No need to go for
Item number 2, the Alberta Police Interim Advisory Board update. So the Alberta Police Interim Advisory Board has released quarterly updates, October 2020 and February 2021, intended to provide municipalities with an overview of their work undertaken over the past months. The advisory board was formed by the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General and consists of representatives from RMA and AUMA and the Alberta Association of Police Governance. Highlights of the quarterly report include their engagement with municipalities, policing priorities, and RCMP resourcing update. The third item, Justice Transformation Initiative. The attached Government of Alberta Bulletin is an update on the JTI. An initiative is tasked with restoring justice system capacity, improving public safety and enhancing accessibility for Albertans. Implementation of the new Provincial Administrative Penalties Act is expected by December of 2021. Clearwater County's 2021 budget includes hardware and software to support this new legislation process for the Administrative Penalties Information System. Item number 4. Results of the RMA member survey unpaid tax amounts owed by oil and gas companies to rural municipalities. The RMA survey identified that approximately $245 million in property taxes currently owed to rural municipalities by oil and gas companies have gone unpaid. The February 18th media release from RMA provides the further details. Reading through that, it was interesting for me to learn 57% are still viable oil companies that are in the unpaid list. I was shocked at that statistic. Item number 5, elected officials education program. Registration is now open for 2 virtual EOEP courses. The dates and the courses are attached for council's review. Tracy, then would you like a motion for attendance? And then if any councillor wants to attend, they can just email you, or are you okay?
It's a training.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Item number 6. Resources to support women in local government. On March 8th, in recognition of International Women's Day, Alberta Urban Municipalities of Alberta will host a virtual gathering from 12 to 1 featuring Casey Meccan, co-founder of Aerobatics Labs, and Parity Bot. A campaign toolkit that can help candidates throughout Alberta will also be profiled. The event will be moderated by Charlene Smiley, previous small community mayor and AUMA board member. And that concludes the report.
Do we have anybody who'd like to be attending that? Okay. And again, just let Tracy Lynn know if you're interested in one of the education programs. Is there any other questions or comments with regard to the CAO report? Got off easy today, Mr. Emmons. That brings us to the broadband project report. This is new to our group, so that's exciting. It tells us the project's moving right along. Mr. Hagan, you can walk us through our brand new report.
Thank you, Reeve. Maybe as an introduction, the intent of this report is to keep council and our citizens updated on the project and its progress. Our intention is to include this update in the agenda on a monthly basis. If activity warrants, we'll bring it to every meeting if there's information in between. So the inaugural version of this report provides information as to developments on the actual installation, as well as some purchasing information and so forth. And I would just suggest if there's any questions from council, Mr. McDonald is here and would be happy to answer.
I guess for myself, just looking at this, I'm going, well, it gives us a good overview of what is currently in the works, and you guys are keeping very busy with this project, which is the intent, I think. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Hoven.
In regards to the open access policy, I had some communications with a neighbor who's experiencing very poor internet the past couple weeks. And the question was asked, under what the county is doing with this backbone project, would there be any hindrance to a group of community members, let's say 15 or 20 people in an area, talking to the county, putting up a tower and linking somehow to the county infrastructure? I know the open access policy has a statement of qualified companies. So does that current open access policy limit community groups from interacting with the county infrastructure?
That's a good question, Councillor Hoven. I'd have to do a little research on that to to make sure that it's not there. But I do know for the CRTC standards that there's certain certifications they need. They would need to be an ISP or something, especially if they're retailing it in any way or making any money. So I'd have to actually go back and check on that, but it's a great question, and it'll definitely be brought forward because it's a good idea too.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
I am very pleased to see that you've got 2 letters of support attached to this. So I assume that you're going to go after 2 more, so.
Yeah, absolutely. There's more on the way. It's just
perfect.
timing when you ask
Yep.
people. It's just,
Yeah, no, that's great. Nice
Yep.
to see.
thank you, appreciate it.
I did note that it indicates under materials that we got favorable pricing in response to our tender.
Yes, for our microduct, yes, we did. We did really well compared to what we paid for in our last round to Farrier.
Probably because of the amount.
The amount, absolutely. And what's nice is it's a Canadian company and it's manufactured in Canada. So it's sort of a nice little checklist for us to
That is
do.
very nice.
Yeah, it is actually. It's a really good story.
Okay. Councillor Lang.
I'm just going to make a comment. Thank you for doing this. As a counselor, it'll certainly help me. Sometimes I'm looking for information and I'm digging through, and this kind of summarizes it and will greatly help.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Looks like you got off nice and easy today.
Wow.
Wow, he says. Thank you. That brings us to 9.3, Public Works Report. Mr. Magnus, do we have any questions for Public Works? I see we've got Regional Cell 2 development, 90% complete. We've got the Central Station complete. For me, I'm curious about the Rocky Transfer Station. I recognize that we're currently in the process of negotiating. What have we done so far for cleanup or closing it? Mr. Emmons?
Just don't do it. You're good.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So until agreements are finalized, there's minimal that can be done. So for right now, under partnership, we've put up gates and denied access and closed the site. Once negotiations are completed and direction has been provided, administration will go from there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions or comments with regard to the Public Works report? Councillor Duncan.
Just a comment, the winter graveling program wasn't able to move forward, which I think was the right call, given this weather's conditions, but typically we can make up for that in the summer if we need to, Cam.
Yes, that is correct. There is that need, so we will move forward with the summer graveling program, and if at all possible, utilize the summer graveling program to meet the needs in regards to those roads that we would have tackled in the winter graveling program.
Councillor Swanson.
The Nordic Trail. That's, I'm just, okay, so it says here the RFP is going to be advertised in the next few weeks. This would be a 2021 construction start and finish, correct?
My apologies there. I would have to touch base with my colleague, Mr. Hansen, on that, and we can get back to you on that.
Okay.
I don't see any, Councillor Lang.
With the Nordic Historic Commercial Core, MPE's designing the tender for Phase 2, which will include the installation of the shallow utilities. I thought the utilities have been in for a while. No?
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Laird, Councillor Lang. The deep services have been, some of the shallows were on hold because of the infrastructure. Shanks Garage, items like that did postpone the shallow.
So when you say shallow, what specific utilities are you speaking about?
Future gas lines, empty conduit for fiber, those type of shallow utilities. Everything other than your deep services of course are frost and permeable, so sewer, water, that other infrastructure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions with regard to the Public Works report? Looks like we've got it covered. Thank you, Mr. Magnus. Thank you, Mr. Emmons. I think that Mr. Hanson owes you a coffee. That brings us to councillor reports. I'm going to start with Councillor Duncan.
Nothing to report except that I completed SDAB training yesterday, so we're getting up to speed on that for this next term, or this next year.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed.
Just very briefly, I'll just mention that I was very happy to be part of the first Raven Rec Board meeting. It was an organizational meeting, and I think we're very excited about starting the process of supporting recreation for all ages within that recreation area. And that's it for me.
Sounds good. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Nothing to report, thank you.
For myself, I did my report, my activity report, and if you've got any questions, fire away. Seeing none. Councillor Lang.
Nothing for me today.
Councillor Hoven.
I was just going to comment on the inaugural meeting of the Raven Rec Board and invite any community organizations in the Raven Recreational District. There are currently no applications in for that funding, so any community groups looking for funding to improve recreation in the southern part of the county, please visit the county website and get your applications in. I also had the pleasure of participating in the Regional Governance Open House last Wednesday, and I just would like to invite any residents, please visit the website with the information. Please send your comments into the consultant so you can have your opinion heard. And finally, an invite to anyone who is interested in the airport to attend the Airport Terminal Building Open House, which is taking place tomorrow evening. And I know the information is available at the Town of Rocky Mountain House website.
It's my understanding you do have to register, so make sure you register for these things. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, so I think we were all on the RMA Provincial Police Force conference call last week. I also was on the Regional Governance Study meeting call, and also the Brownlee Emerging Trends Day. And then I was with Councillor Duncan yesterday for the SDAB training as well. So that's it.
So do we have any questions or comments for each other? Not that we can tell, and thank you, Councillor Hoven, for the reminders that we've got some very important topics coming up in our community with regard to regional governance study, and also tomorrow night that airport terminal public engagement piece as well. So that then, I'm looking for a motion to accept the reports as information. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? That is carried, unanimous. That brings us to correspondence, and that would be item number 10.1. So it's my understanding with regard to 10.1 that we have already sent a corresponding letter back, or we had one put together, so that's already been asked and answered. That then takes us to 10.2. It's another letter from the town with regard to a motion that they recently made with regard to releasing tri-party negotiation summary notes. And that would include the town, the county, and the village of Caroline. So any discussion on that one? Or do we simply accept it as information and correspondence? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
I would move that we accept it as information.
Okay. I think we'll do that as a total of all the correspondence. And then the last, 10.3 is the PAMS membership. So I believe they're just asking us to continue with our membership there. Councillor Duncan?
I might look to Councillor Lang to provide a little bit more background here, but this is one of those organizations that, works on behalf of a large area, and our contribution is relatively small in terms of dollars, so I think it's important that as many municipalities as possible, if they contribute, it makes it easier on everyone in terms of a financial burden here. So I'm still, I think this is not as maybe as important as it once was. We have less sour gas activity in the area, et cetera, but there is still the ability to, if there is a deemed issue from someone, that those monitoring stations can be brought in and set up to ascertain if there is a problem in our area. So.
Councillor Lang?
I haven't been on PAMS for a couple years, but you are right. The more municipalities that participate, the easier it is on everyone. And I guess emissions from oil and gas activities certainly have gone down over the years. But I do know they really do appreciate our participation, and I'm not sure now if we still do, but we used to provide some clerical or accounting work for them to one of our staff did. I'm not sure if they're still involved that way or not. I'll let Mr. Hagan answer that.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. We are currently in the process of disengaging that support and lining them up with alternate support for their record keeping and so forth.
Thank you for that clarification. And just further clarification, I am currently and have been for the last few years on the PAMS. Not only are we fortunate enough to have some permanent stations that are measuring different outputs and in our community, we also have access through this group to portable stations, and not just for measuring oil and gas activities, but other ag-related activities. I know that different ag-related activities where there's intensive agriculture, feedlots, that sort of thing, it's been brought into other communities for that purpose. A year ago, we did see a spike in respiratory ailments that was coming through the Alberta Health Services in their statistics. I took that back to PAMS, and PAMS brought the unit out here to see what they could measure in the town site in and around to see why we had that higher level. Didn't really find anything of significance that we didn't already know, but they did bring it out and measure, for what was happening in our part of the air management zone. It is a good group. I have not been attending in person or even their virtual ones. That was a decision this council made at an organizational meeting, that if there was the annual general meeting, that would be when I would attend. And for whatever reason, it ended up being a scheduling conflict one day, but hopefully that gives you a little bit more background on PAMS. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you for that, and my apologies for not recognizing yours, the committee member there. I just was wondering if we need a motion on this, or is it covered in a budget already passed by council?
So
It's already covered? Okay,
point of
thank you.
clarity, it is covered in budget already, so we don't need a motion, so. Then that brings us to 10.4, which is the Farrier community. And I believe this is basically a thank you letter for their support, for the support that we've sent them dollars with that most funding. So what we're looking for is a motion to accept the correspondence as information. Oh, I think Councillor Lougheed beat you to it. Those in favor? That is carried. That brings us to 11, which is notices of motion. Councillor Swanson?
I've got 2 emails in the last 24 hours in regards to another another municipality in the province that is putting forth a letter to the Alberta government to ease restrictions due to the fallout because of COVID. So I'm just wondering if this council has an appetite to engage or have a discussion in regards to that. It is the Wheatland County that has put forth the letter to the province to ask them to ease the restrictions due to COVID. So I guess as a notice of motion, I would just say this could be brought up as an item for discussion at a future agenda, which would be either the 9th or the following one in March. And I'm asking.
So just point of clarification, we're trying to make sure that a notice of motion sounds like the motion you want to make. Do you want a moment to word that for yourself there, Councillor Swanson? I just about gave you a new title, Mr. Emmons. I see your lights on. Would you like to make a comment or answer some questions?
No,
He's saying not today. Councillor Swanson?
Okay, well, then I will make the notice of motion and whether that council draft a letter to the government of Alberta to ease restrictions due to the economic fallout and psychological. I'm just going to reiterate what the Wheatland County has done. I have it here. And psychological damage done to members of our society while undermining the importance of quality and normalcy of human life and economic development. I could.
Okay. Were you able to capture that? Councillor Hoven?
I would like to make the following notice of motion, that council explores the opportunity of an abattoir to support our local ag community.
I'm trying to keep up with that ag community. So we were able to capture that as well. Any other notices of motion? Seeing none, we'll move on from notices of motion to the closed session. So we're looking for a motion to go in camera. Councillor Lang, and that is 142. Those in favor? That is carried. It's 3:56, and we've just come out of an in-camera session. Have we got any motions coming out of in-camera? I think we have one. Councillor Swanson?
Yes, I'll make the motion that council sends a letter to the town of Rocky Mountain House to request a meeting and to finalize the intermunicipal collaboration framework before the legislative deadline of April 1st, 2021, or alternately request that the town and the county councils request an extension of that deadline from municipal affairs, from the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 6-0. I don't believe there's any other outstanding issues from our agenda. I'm going to take the liberty of removing my face covering for a few closing remarks. Again, I'd like to thank our administration for your continued efforts and support. You can always find today's council meetings and our highlights and video posted on our website. And by way of reminder, our next regular council meeting is scheduled for March the 9th, 2021. A second reminder, I'm happy to announce that our county has posted on our website a series of 5 promotional videos on highlighting our county's economic development strategy. We'd like to thank our staff again for your quality of services. And we've all come to know and depend on them, and we're grateful for the work that you do each and every day. We also recognize that COVID-19 continues to challenge our community. Our community continues to demonstrate our character and our perseverance. Albert Camus appropriately said, "In the depth of winter, I finally learned within me I have invincible summer," which seemed appropriate the week I wrote it, since it was -40 most of it. Please take appropriate precautions and stay safe. I also want to remind everybody that we are currently have a process of going through a regional governance study. Please ensure that your voice is heard. Go on to our website and look for a link and complete the survey. You'll find it under the county news and announcements. Again, that survey will be open until March the 10th of 2021. It's imperative that your voice is heard, otherwise we won't know. Thank you again. We look forward to hearing from you through this process. Looking to adjourn our meeting. Councillor Swanson? Those in favor? That is carried.